Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into Slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And the night sky stretches high above the North Pole, stars twinkling in the sky overhead. And the land below is wrapped in the most comfortable blanket of snow. And each step beneath your feet through that snow crunches so delicately. And yet the snow absorbs that sound, creating a stillness around you. And the air is cool against your cheeks. And there seems to be a humming or a pulsing that's more than just a sound. It's like a breath up here. Travelling through this land, and this pulsing sound reaches out to 12 magical villages hidden beyond the enchanted realms of the North Pole. And each village has a drum resting against the wall of the homes of the finest drummers. And there's one of these drummers in each of those villages. And each of these drums aren't ordinary drums. They're like living embodiments of history passed down through generations, used by countless previous drummers. The rhythms they create are ancient, carrying the sound of their people, and each village has its own distinctive rhythm, and each rhythm synchronizes and harmonizes with the others. And as the sound reaches those villages, the drummers feel a pull to take up their drums and head to the North Pole. And those drummers make their journey, setting off from their villages, carrying their drums on their back. They leave the enchanted realm, following that sound, travelling deeper and deeper into the wilderness, through pine forests, heading up through that cold air, through the snow, towards the North Pole. And each of those 12 drummers from the 12 villages blend into harmony with each other, even as they walk, long before they've met. And the further north they go, so the thicker the snow becomes beneath their feet, and they can see the aurora stretching across the sky overhead. And they can notice the moon hanging low in the sky, and yet they continue walking deeper and deeper into the landscape around them. Each footstep of each drummer almost like a drumbeat of its own, sharing the rhythm of their people, as if the rhythm of their people is woven into the drummer themselves. And while the drummers walk, so they can notice the rhythms of the world around them, the rhythms of heartbeats, of birdsong, of the wind, of nature, and that sound still driving them north. And they journey through timeless forests. They journey across frozen lakes. They journey over mountains and through deep snow, finding shelter in caves or building their own shelters. And the moonlight seems to bathe the landscape in silver, bringing a peaceful ringing of tiny bells to this landscape. And eventually the drummers start to notice the lights of a village on the horizon. It's the twinkling lights of the North Pole village that's been beckoning them. And at this village, nestled deep in this snow-covered landscape, bathed in the light of 1,000 Christmas lights, twinkling from the eaves of homes, strung through trees and lining the paths, each bulb flickering so gently, as though the village itself were alive with magic. The drummers walked into the village. Their arrival met with an almost quiet reverence, each drummer arriving at the same time as each other drummer from their different locations, and yet they've walked with the same rhythm and arrived at the same time, instinctively falling into rhythm with each other. And the drummers head to the centre of the village, going to the village square, where the snow has been cleared, and those drummers gather in that centre, and each drummer steps forward, holding their drum, and they begin to play. Their strikes of their drum initially soft and delicate, low and resonant, sending ripples through the snow and time itself. The villagers standing in awe, eyes fixed on the drummers as their rhythms begin to take shape, begin to merge and weave with each other, pulsing energy through the landscape, increasing a pulsing rhythm from the center of this village outward. The snowflakes above, swirling, spinning, in various patterns carried in the rhythms, almost like there's an unseen force field surrounding those drummers as the snow falls and directs itself around the drummers rather than falling on them in the middle of the square. The air seemed to be charged and rich and multi-layered with rhythms, each beat seeming to almost add a new dimension, not just of sound, but of space and time. The drummers connecting with the world around them, becoming a part of the world around them. Almost like playing the harmony of the earth. And they continue their playing as the villagers look on. And their playing seems to generate a warmth spreading out through the town square, and a slight glow or light of its own. And this warmth and this drumming seems to infuse the air around it, and the warm air rises, mixing with the cool air, beginning to mix the rhythms out from this village, from the North Pole, through the realms, healing, connecting, creating harmony with all things. And as those drummers play, the sight of distant lightning flashing on the horizon seems to be almost in time with the rhythm, a sign of how far the drumming is influencing, that it's influencing nature itself. And then the drummers begin to move, and they walk from the square. And as they walk in a pattern through the village, so the villagers follow, and a parade begins. And the magic in the air thickens, and that sound, that humming, begins to merge with the drumming as they harmonise deeper with nature. And the villagers can feel that harmonising, the deepening, the connection with the world around them. And as the world bathes deeper in magic, and the air seems almost charged with the healing power of harmony, the drumming begins to resonate even deeper and softer, and snowflakes begin to just hang in the air. And in the center of the village, Santa's sleigh appears, and the drummers circle around Santa's sleigh, continuing their drumming. Harmonizing different rhythms, sending a low pulsing wave through the ground. And beneath the sleigh, the ground begins to glow faintly, as if the ground itself is waking in response to the rhythm. And a chamber within the base of the sleigh begins to fill with stardust, charged by the drumming, glowing, quietly throbbing and humming and shimmering, pulsing in time with the drums, spiraling and spreading into that sleigh, into that chamber, filling with warmth and energy, the magic seeming to unfurl, space seeming to ripple, the sleigh trembling very slightly, beginning to look almost fuzzy. And then the sleigh begins to lift, just gently off the ground, as if carried into the air by the rhythms, seeming to be weightless, just floating in time with the beats, as more stardust pulses and flows into the sleigh, and the sleigh rises higher in the sky, hovering before them. And as the drummers quieten their drumming while continuing that drumming, so the sleigh fully charges. And as the drummers end their beat, the sleigh begins to move, and with Santa on the sleigh, it begins to ascend into the sky before launching off and vanishing in a trail of stardust. That trail of twinkling stardust glowing softly as it fades, and the village quietens down. The magic gently descends from the air. The villagers head back to their homes. The drummers talk in harmony with each other before setting off on their journeys home, having filled the land with harmony, charged Santa's sleigh to allow Santa to do his journey of now riding on the magic, to spread that magic to all the homes in the land as they head back to their villages across the different realms. To go back home, ready to be called upon if at any point a drummer from those villages is required again, to charge the magic of the land, bring harmony to the planet, and to support Santa in bringing magic to those throughout the land. And once home, they settle down in their beds and enjoy a deep sense of peace as they drift and float comfortably asleep into Slumberland. It feels almost cradled in the most delicate reverie, with a soft golden sun, and at night the stars twinkling overhead, and in homes dotted throughout this land there are 11 bakers, each one renowned for their craft, and they've been practicing something new. Each baker has received a letter from the Queen, an invitation to a royal feast. Only these bakers will be doing the cooking, and they read the script. Each scroll being an invitation to the great Christmas bake-off, and the Queen herself will host it in the grand halls of Winterhold Castle, and the winning cake will be served at the royal Christmas feast. And the bakers have been practicing for this for months, and they all make the journey to Winterhold Castle. And at the castle gates they're greeted by the soft sound of festive music and the most pleasant and friendly people. They're shown through to the great hall. They can smell food already being prepared, spiced cakes, freshly baked bread, different sweets and food. And there's a deep warmth within the castle, a fire crackling in the great hall, decorations up around the walls, lights glowing softly. Each baker is shown to a different room, each offered a chance to rest and sleep, enjoy the night and some time in the castle before tomorrow, engaging in the contest. And on the morning of the contest, it's snowing outside the castle. The inside was so warm and welcoming. As the first round of the great Christmas bake-off begins, each contestant takes their place at a station, each one meticulously arranging their tools that they need, icing bags with glistening tips, bowls of whipped frosting, perfectly crafted gingerbread walls waiting to be adorned. The gingerbread houses stand there like tiny castles themselves, their surfaces smooth and ready for the most intricate designs. Those bakers begin decorating those Christmas gingerbread houses, piping the icing so delicately, forming decorations of roofs and walls, intricate patterns swirling to life. Watching the bakers work is so rhythmic and soothing, almost lulling the observers into a deep reverie. And those bakers seeming to almost go into meditative states as they focus so intensely on their baking. And after completing their first task, the resident mischievous elf wanders into the room to give some light entertainment before the next task. Tumble is a small creature, no taller than a child's knee, but his eyes sparkle, and his presence is so playful. He flips and rolls and jumps around the room, performs tricks, and entertains everyone. And after being playful and giving a bit of an interlude between baking, the bakers move on to the second round, and to the sound of Christmas music, the bakers have to craft the perfect Yule log. And so they begin to make their Yule logs. The smell of those Yule logs cooking, and then the sight of bakers decorating the Yule logs, each a deep chocolatey flavour. And the Queen looks on, thinking deeply about each Yule log, how they're coming along, which ones she likes, which ones she's not so keen on. And she notes her judgments in her mind before moving on to the final challenge. Each baker has to craft the most grand Christmas cake, and the grandest of the cakes will be served up at the main meal. And so they all begin to mix up the ingredients to form their Christmas cakes. To cook the Christmas cakes, the aroma of cinnamon, nutmeg, and other senses filling the room. The bakers concentrating, doing their work while also having a sense of fun from the experience, and a camaraderie of being here with these other bakers, piping their intricate designs onto their cakes, adding additional decorations, and the 11 bakers doing a grand job with their cakes, seeming to almost imbue their cakes with a sense of magic, pouring their hearts into their creations. And after hours of working on their cakes, they step back from their cakes, their creations in front of them, as the Queen re-enters the Great Hall, comments on the beautiful smell of the food in here. They all will stand so quietly, in reverence waiting for the Queen's judgment. She walks from cake to cake. She tries a small slice of each cake. She shows positive responses to each cake, as if enjoying the taste of every one. The baker's unsure which one she'll choose, and then she stops, having walked up and down those cakes, before one cake. And she says that this cake is the one that best embodies the spirit of Christmas. The humility, the warmth, and the beauty of togetherness. This is the cake that will take centre stage for the feast, and the other cakes will still be eaten. They'll be sliced up and served up and laid around the main cake. And the bakers will get to be congratulated for their hard work. Each one given an honorary place at the feast, with the winning baker given a prize position. And they get to go back to their rooms or just wander around and potter around for a while, ready to prepare themselves for the feast later on this evening. And so the bakers head off, wander around the castle, spend some time in their rooms relaxing following their baking, before coming down for the feast. And as they arrive for the feast, so the Queen has made sure the feast is temporarily halted as they're introduced as being the bakers. Before then, having them mix and mingle in the pre-feast gathering, and then taking their seats, enjoying the meal with the other guests, and then the prized baker being called up after the main meal to be presented as being the prized baker, as their cake is shown off before the guests, and the cake is cut and handed out to the guests to have a bit each, and the cakes from the other bakers are shared out as well. And then they continue to mix and mingle with the guests. And as the meal ends, the guests continue to sit around, mingling, engaging with each other, having conversation. Taking themselves away from the meal tables to a couple of the rooms nearby where the guests can just talk and socialise for a while. And then after socialising for a while, the Queen's showing signs that it's time for for the party to come to an end, and for the guests to depart. And the guests gradually leave the party. The bakers are allowed to stay for one more night in their rooms before leaving in the morning. And the next morning those bakers head back into town. And back in town, those bakers are received by the town folk, almost like they're somehow special. They're praised for how good they are at what they do. They're asked what they had to do, what the competition entailed, what they baked and prepared. And the bakers all said, why not cook a feast for the town? And so the 11 bakers worked together to prepare a feast for the town, taking over the local hall. And others in the town came and prepared that hall and dressed it up, decorating the hall, spreading the word among the whole town. And the bakers worked hard to cook up a feast for the town and to replicate the cakes they'd made at the castle. And that evening, the townfolk arrived at the hall. The bakers greeted them and welcomed them with the food they'd prepared. And the townfolk enjoyed that food, enjoyed the time spent chatting and engaging with each other, with those bakers, making their own judgments of which food they liked the most and which cake they felt should be the winning cake. But the bakers wouldn't reveal whether the town's decision was the same as the Queen's decision. They just smiled at each other and decided to keep that to themselves. As the town felt they were so lucky to have these bakers, all equally as good. And at the end of the evening, they all worked together to clear away any leftover food. Anyone who wanted it took it away with them. They all said good night to each other, wished each other season's greetings before heading home to bed, settling down in bed and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, the first light of dawn is spilling gently across the sky, stretching over the vast frosted expanse of a kingdom. And inside a palace, the ancient stone walls are bathed in the softest gold, each sunbeam seeming to almost trickle through windows dusted with frost. and the air is quiet. The world seems so still and peaceful, and inside the great hall, the king stands beside a crackling log fire. He has been a wise and gentle ruler. His years of leadership, praised by the community around him. In a steady, calming voice, with the room listening intently, the king begins to speak. On this sacred day, when our kingdom celebrates, I invite 10 noblemen, lords from across the land, to prove their worth. They'll compete for the honour of High Castle, a place of intense beauty and history, and for the rarest of jewels, a gem said to bring good luck and prosperity, not only to the bearer, but to the land that they'll tend. The king reads a parchment unfurled in his hands, sharing information about the talk of an adventure that will test the strength and wisdom and bravery and the grace of these lords. The fire continuing to crackle behind him. The 10 lords set out on their journey, riding through the landscape, blanketed in the most beautiful, serene winter wonderland. Snow lying thick and soft on the ground, dulling the sounds. Horses moving steadily through that snow, the sounds of their hooves muffled, with just the gentle crack of the snow underfoot. The landscape is almost like a dreamscape, looking surreal, devoid of all colour. And as the lords ride, the sun rises. The light is golden and calming, and each lord rides at a calm and steady pace, following paths winding through valleys over hills, travelling towards High Castle, and the sound of flowing water can be heard in the distance. The trees become more dense. The riding slows down, and eventually they arrive at High Castle. Its ancient stone walls standing tall against the backdrop of the blue sky and the white of the landscape. And the castle feels almost alive, as if it has a presence of its own, watching over this kingdom, and the gates of High Castle slowly creak open as the lords enter. and inside the great hall in the castle is the warmth of a grand fireplace, chandeliers swaying gently overhead, an echoing stone floor, and the thickest, most comfortable rugs. And the lords are told they need to rest in their chambers before the trials begin tomorrow. And the next day, as the morning dawns and the air is crisp, the lords gather in the courtyard, and before them is a series of narrow bridges suspended over slow moving river, and the water below is so calm, so relaxing. And one by one, the lords step forward, and the lords prepare to leap. And the first lord leaps onto the bridge. And then leaps to the next bridge and the next. The next lord leaps from one bridge to the next. And these lords, all 10 of them, leap from one bridge to the next, seeming to find the task easy. And once they've completed this first task, they're told what the next task will be. In the centre of the courtyard, heavy stone weights rest upon the snow-covered ground. The lords stand at one end of the courtyard. The challenge seems like it's going to be one of brute strength, but it's not about speed or power. It's about an inner stillness, about finding that quiet strength that comes from calm and focus within. The stones are incredibly heavy, but it's the weight of their minds that they need to be aware of. The task is to lift the stones and carry them across the courtyard without losing balance. And each lord takes his place. They bend and lift the stones. Their hands touching the cold surface of their stones, steadying that weight, almost guiding themselves into a meditative experience of focusing, being relaxed yet tense at the same time, moving with an almost hypnotic, rhythmic movement of steps, not rushing, just taking as long as it takes, ensuring their balance, breathing slow and steady. And as each lord reaches the far end of the courtyard and places their stone down with a soft thud, they continue to keep their breaths steady and focused. standing strong and calm. And each lord passes the task. And the final challenge, the lords get to head back into the warmth of High Castle, back into the Great Hall. They gather near the fire, and the final task is a puzzle that will lead them to the jewel. It's a riddle, a question that requires thought and reflection and a deep understanding of the world around them and the wisdom from within. And they're told the riddle, and the lords sit in silence, listening, trying to reflect on the riddle's meaning. And as they reflect, sitting silently lost in their own thought, the lords find themselves almost drawn into a complexity within what seems simple. And the fire crackles and the silence takes over this hall, while they think deeply and long and hard about this riddle. And then the lords, one by one, find the answer in their mind to the riddle, understanding how it relates to the jewel. And because all of the lords have passed all of the tests, they're given a challenge of a great leap. Each lord has to jump a gorge, and so one by one they stand before that gorge, and they have to overcome something within themselves before making that jump. And each lord, one by one, is given the opportunity to make the jump, but only one of them decides to go for the jump and successfully lands on the other side. And none of them are told how the others did. And so none of them know whether anyone else jumped. And as the day comes to an end, the lords are gathered in the great hall of High Castle, and the king has now arrived, and he holds the jewel in his hand. And he says that this jewel is more than a prize. It's something that will help you look after this land. It'll help you to help the people you serve in this land. He names one of the lords. He calls them forward as the winner. He places the jewel in the winner's hand. The winner can feel the warmth of that jewel and notice the soft glowing of the jewel in their hand. And this winner is congratulated by the other lords, and the other lords are all given small other lands for them to look after. And this lord is left here in High Castle to rule this land. The king tells him to be the best leader of this land he can be, to ensure the people prosper, and that the kingdom thrives, before leaving this place and heading back to his castle. And the Lord places the jewel on a shelf in sight, on a little stand designed for it, under a glass dome, and that jewel sits on that shelf, gently glowing and seeming to almost hum with energy. And this lord then heads to their new bedroom, and as they settle down to sleep, they ponder over life, managing this kingdom, helping the kingdom thrive, with the jewel bringing good luck and prosperity, and the tasks they had to do, and how close it was with the other lords, before gradually settling down and drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into Slumberland. And this is a story about Rachel, and she's in a cafe, humming quietly with life. There's gentle flickering candle lights within this cafe, and the world outside the cafe is cold and still, and she can watch that world through the large cafe windows. But inside the cafe is warm and comforting, with the gentle murmur of voices, the soft clinking of cutlery and crockery, and hissing of brewing coffee, with that aroma of the coffee filling the cafe. And Rachel is sitting with a friend Sarah at a small wooden table, enjoying a warm cup of drink, engaging in gentle conversation. And Sarah tells Rachel that she's reluctant and nervous about attending a Christmas party. She says that it's just too much for her to handle. She's too nervous mixing and mingling with the others that will be there. Rachel asks her, what is it about the party that worries her so much? And she explains about how it's like everyone else seems to have their own script, seems to know what they're doing, what they need to say. And she gets lost in her fears. She doesn't know how to stand, when she should laugh or smile. She gets overwhelmed watching everyone else, trying to figure out how to be normal. She says with quotation marks. Rachel reassures Sarah that she's not broken and encourages her that she doesn't have to be perfect. And she also doesn't have to attend if she doesn't want to. And Sarah shares that when she attends events, she always feels like she's wearing a mask. Her voice gets caught in her throat, her hands fidget. She feels like everyone's going to see through that mask and know that she's just faking it. From time to time, they gaze out the window at the world passing by, before continuing on in conversation. And the cafe encourages a deep sense of relaxation. As they continue talking, and Sarah shares she just wishes she didn't feel like this. She wishes that she could be just like everyone else, so confident and carefree. Everyone else seems to find it so easy. Rachel shares that perhaps everyone else isn't as confident as they seem. It could be that everyone stood around, sharing a mask, worrying that everyone's going to see through their mask. Sarah shares that she doesn't want anxiety to control her. She doesn't want to restrict her life because of her fears and worries. She wants to work out how to be more comfortable attending things like this party. And Rachel shares that she'll come along with her if she wants. They can do this together. And then there's someone there who she can turn to and engage with and use for an excuse if she needs to leave or just wants to engage in conversation rather than standing around, perhaps on her own. After enjoying their drinks, they wrap up warm and head out of the cafe, walking together steadily through the town outside, heading down to a nearby park, and walking into that park, the air crisp and cool. Leaves crunching underfoot. They sit down on a bench beneath the most beautiful grand oak tree. The bench is initially cold when they sit down, and they continue talking with each other. And Rachel says to Sarah, "Why don't we try something together? Something to help you relax. Just take a moment to close your eyes," Rachel says. And just begin to breathe in, counting to 7. That's it. And then breathe out, counting to 11. That's it, all the way. And with your eyes closed, you can listen to me as you keep breathing in, counting to 7, and breathing out, counting to 11, and notice how, as you breathe in and out in that way, the muscles in your body begin to relax, your mind begins to relax. And while you continue to relax deeply and comfortably into this experience, noticing the way that the air flows into your nostrils and out through your mouth, the temperature of that air, the ebb and flow of the air. You could imagine yourself at that party, and I'm there with you as we walk into the party, and you meet the different people, and you're breathing slowly and gently before you head into the party, and then while you're in the party, keeping your mind slow and calm, hearing the gentle hum of conversations around you, continuing to breathe in this calm way, your body relaxing as you engage with the different people at the party. Before getting to the end of the party, still breathing in this way, saying your goodbyes and heading home. And Rachel quietens down as Sarah's aware of the distant sound of the park around her, the rustling leaves, the birds in the trees. And as her experience comes to an end, she opens her eyes, feeling somehow calmer, like a weight has been lifted or something has shifted gently within her. And the two of them stand up and continue walking. Walking along side by side, seeming to match each other's steps. And a few days later, they meet up again. Only this time, Rachel has agreed to help Sarah to learn a few conversation skills. She says, you know, people love to talk about themselves. All you need to do is just ask them a question that they can answer with more than just yes or no, and then let them tell their story. And just nod along and make noises as if you're listening. Yep. And show some interest in what they're saying. And Sarah shares, but what if I can't think of anything to say? What if I freeze up? And Rachel says, well, that's why we're going to practice. And they sit down together. And Rachel starts to guide Sarah through a role play, taking on different personas. Someone from work, a stranger, perhaps a partner of someone who Sarah's never met before. Someone Sarah knows very well. Sarah initially asks questions in a more hesitant way, but begins to become more comfortable She asks what you do for fun outside of work. How do you enjoy your time when you're not in work? What have you enjoyed most over this last year? And the more she practices, the easier she finds it to come up with different questions she can ask. And Rachel shares that sometimes someone just won't engage that much, and that's okay. And just say it was great to meet them and say goodbye and move on. And she continues to practice, guided by Rachel, exploring the ebb and flow of conversation. Rachel reassures Sarah that she's doing incredibly well, and that you don't have to be perfect. The most important thing is that you are you. And after a while, they head off again and head home. Sarah feels more confident. Now she feels she's gained a few more skills. And eventually, the night of the party arrives. Sarah still feels nervous, but excited to see how she does. Rachel meets Sarah and they head off for the party together. They stand outside the venue, Sarah grounding herself, preparing herself for this party. She begins to do that deep, comfortable breathing. She begins to tell herself that she's got this, as Rachel looks over and smiles at her, before the two of them head into the party. Smelling the scent of the food in here, the drinks, the sound of music, the hum of conversation. Sarah focusing even deeper on her breathing. Rachel showing support. They head over and grabbed some drinks before moving towards others to begin to meet them and interact with those here. And Rachel stays close but lets Sarah take the lead, only stepping in if Sarah needs her to. And with a flutter of hesitation, a slight nervousness she might get something wrong, Sarah asks the first person an open-ended question, and seemingly effortlessly, conversation begins to flow without it being forced. She then approaches a small group of colleagues who she's not particularly close to and doesn't talk to them very often. She smiles at them and says hello. She asks them how their evening's going. One of the colleagues engages in conversation, saying how well the evening's going and how much they like the decorations. Another colleague then joins in with a story about how they accidentally spilled some mulled wine on the tablecloth earlier. And that was before she'd started drinking. The colleagues laugh. Sarah feels a part of this group. She forgets for a moment how anxious she thought she would be in this situation. As the conversation continues, Sarah notices that some of these people she's talking to aren't really that intimidating. Some seem to laugh and fidget and stumble over words and make errors, just the same as she does. Some seem to be as nervous as she is. She'd just never really been calm enough in her mind to see that, to see the experiences of others. She was always focused on her own experience and her own nerves. And she finds that conversations are so much easier to have when, instead of being worried about trying to think of how much to say to people and what to say to people, you just listen a lot more than you speak. Let others talk and share their stories and their laughter. And as the music continues to play through the room, many of Sarah's colleagues begin gathering and moving towards the dance floor. She watches as 9 of those female colleagues take to the dance floor in their bright dresses, twirling and swirling with the music, almost letting themselves go and being lost in the music, becoming one with the sounds and the rhythms. And Sarah feels no longing at all to join them on the dance floor. She's proud of the steps she's taken to engage in conversations. Dancing is a step too far, but she can enjoy the dancing from afar. Rachel comes over to Sarah and says they look like they're having so much fun, as they smile and laugh with each other, just observing, enjoying this time at the party. The music flowing through those dancing, and as the night settles down and people seem to be calming down, the occasional person still being on the dance floor, but most people finding small little groups, sitting, talking quietly. It's evident that the party has been a success, that Sarah has been a success, and that now the evening is drawing to an end. And Rachel talks with Sarah, asking her about the party, her thoughts on it, and she shares that she still isn't particularly keen on parties. She wouldn't choose to go to parties unless it's a very special occasion or a one-off occasion. But at least she now knows that for a short period of time she can do this. She can attend a party, engage with people, and then go home at the end of the day, knowing she doesn't have to do the same again for a long time. And as the party comes to an end and many of the people have said their goodbyes and left, Sarah and Rachel say their goodbyes before heading out into the cold night air and heading home. And while walking home, the quiet now feeling more profound, having come out of the party. Rachel shares how proud she is of Sarah. Sarah shares how proud she is of herself. They reach Sarah's front door, stand together for a while talking in the cold, sharp air, say good night to each other. As Sarah opens her door, stands in the doorway watching Rachel walking away before closing that door, and Rachel heads home. Inside the house, Sarah turns on the Christmas tree and a couple of lamps, sits down in a chair, enjoying this period of quiet, cozy warmth. She rests there for a little while before going and changing into pyjamas, grabbing herself a cup of hot chocolate. She receives a message from Rachel to say she's home safely. She responds, thanking her for tonight, before sitting there relaxing, drinking that hot chocolate, feeling the warmth of that hot chocolate spread through her body, sinking deeper and more profoundly into relaxation, and then heading up to bed, enjoying the feeling of resting beneath the covers and relaxing deeply and soundly asleep into Slumberland. And the night is still, and it's the winter solstice, and the stars seem to be hanging so delicately in the sky, and there is frost clinging gently to the branches of trees, to leaves, to blades of grass. The cold air hangs so heavily and peaceful in the night sky. There's a stillness to this environment, and in the heart of this stillness is a lantern, but it's no ordinary lantern. This lantern was created with starlight. The lantern flickers with that starlight, almost like evoking a lullaby within. And this lantern rises from the ground, almost as if carried on an invisible current of air. It floats over the sleeping world below, its light shimmering and dancing as it goes. And this lantern is a magical lantern. It floats above the land, listening to the thoughts of those below, to their wishes, to their unspoken desires. And the lantern moves through the night sky, so calmly, so relaxing, with barely anyone paying it attention. And far below, as it drifts above, nestled among some rolling hills, is a farm. The fields stretch out so softly, quietly. The sounds of cows breathing, and the sight of 8 maids milking. And among those maids is a young woman, and her hands are moving automatically as her mind drifts far away. And while lost in her thoughts, occasionally gazing up at the sky, she has a wish. She isn't speaking. And it's only a few days to Christmas. And every year, she finds herself here, tending to the cows, while her family gathers without her. And she has just one simple wish: to spend Christmas with her family, to have just a single day where she can laugh and share in the warmth of the gathering, rather than working out here on the farm. And as that lantern continues to drift by silently, the woman feels a warmth on her skin, a sprig of hope, a light enveloping her. She feels that there's something different now, but is unsure what. And that lantern continues to pass over, continuing to gather up more wishes. It floats so effortlessly through the night sky, listening to the whispers of people's minds. Below, noticing children running across snow-covered streets, boots crunching with each step, cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes shining with happiness, snowballs flying through the air, exploding in powdery clouds as they strike their targets. A group of the children huddled together with snow-clad mittens while working together to roll a giant snowball to be the base of a snowman. And beneath the joyful sounds of those children, the lantern senses something more. One of the boys, with a crooked hat and a scarf trailing behind him, is lost in thought, gazing at the sky. The other children around him, playing, laughing, conversing, all talking of Christmas and presents and stockings, of sweets and biscuits. And that one boy longs for something more. They'll see their parents at Christmas. The parents will spend time with them at Christmas. But they would like their parents around, to spend time with them more than just Christmas Day, to tell them stories, to enjoy the warmth as a family. They know that their parents work really hard, very long hours away from home, to make sure they can provide for them as a family. And they never complain. They just wish that they could have more time together as a family. And that child begins to feel a warmth of light envelop them as if something's changing, while that lantern gathers up the wishes and dreams. It continues its journey, heading away from a village, heading deeper into the night. The sounds of the children laughing and playing, drifting into the background, and beyond the village, where the cottages grow sparse and the land stretches out into the most pleasant undulating fields. There's a small solitary cottage nestled gently at the edge of some woodland, its roof covered in a blanket of snow, a stream of smoke lazily curling from the chimney. The cottage feels so still, as if time itself has slowed to match the steady crackling of logs burning on the fire within the main room of that cottage. And there's an elderly woman sitting by that fire in her old chair, that chair creaking softly as she rests back, her hands folded over her lap, her eyes tired, but almost mesmerized by the dancing fire, the way it flickers, the shadows and light. A cold cup of tea sitting, untouched, on a small table beside her. The lamp detects a peacefulness here, but it's a silence of absence, of loneliness. The lamp is drawn in by that quiet longing, lingering gently in the air. The woman doesn't speak. She's barely spoken about her thoughts for years, but her heart feels deeply. She longs for company, for someone to share quiet nights with, someone to sit by the fire with, to fill the silence with stories, with laughter, with the comfort of the presence of others. And it's at this time, approaching Christmas, where she's really reminded of her longings. And that lantern continues to drift by, and the woman feels a warmth, a comfort, a softness spread through her body. As the lantern absorbs her wishes and dreams. And continues its journey, heading deeper and deeper into the expanse of the countryside. And as it continues out into the countryside, so it detects a lone shepherd standing like a shadowy figure within the snowy expanse. His flock of sheep moving slowly, their thick wool coats blending with that snow. The only sound breaking the silence being the soft bleats of those sheep. The shepherd's eyes weary but calm. His mind worrying about caring for these animals during these harsh winter months. The lantern passing overhead, and the shepherd, lost in thought, wishing just for the safety of his flock. As that lantern continues passing by, absorbing wishes and dreams, continuing over another village nestled deep in a valley, hearing the sound of metal striking metal, the rhythmic clang of the hammer. And inside a small forge, lit by the glow of an intense fire, is a blacksmith working late into the night. The heat from that forge pushing back any cold from the day. And this blacksmith is a man of deep strength and skill, an expert at crafting tools and weapons. And as he continues to work in that forge, that lantern passes overhead, and he feels a warmth, not connected to the warmth of the fire. This blacksmith wishes deep within his heart that he could stop having to keep making tools and weapons and instead create something beautiful, something delicate, something creative, something that shares a part of himself that will perhaps live on long after he does. And that lantern continues drifting by. And that lantern drifts deeper and deeper through the night before heading over to some ancient woodland. And it lowers down into that woodland, begins to pass through the tall trees, its light reflecting off the trunks of those trees, the leaves overhead, the rustling branches. And in the very centre of this woodland is a simple cabin. The lantern hovers at the cabin. The cabin door gently creaks open, and from within the cabin emerges a sage. And this old man with silver hair and long flowing robes reaches out, takes hold of that lantern, takes it into the cabin. He sits down with the lantern, closes his eyes, holding that lantern, feeling the warmth of the light passing from the lantern down both his hands, deep within his body. And he listens to that lantern through the light. And as he listens one by one, he receives the wishes from within the lantern, each one like a soft melody playing in his mind. He sees the wish of the maid's desire to spend Christmas with her family. Such a simple and heartfelt wish. And with a soft breath out, ripples of magic spread from within the sage into the world outside. And far away on that farm, a neighbouring family wakes up with a sudden urge to help, to offer assistance, to offer to take over her chores for that day, to give the farmer's daughter a chance to spend Christmas with her family. He perceives the wish of the child, longing for more time with their parents, and time together with family. But the parents, worrying about having to work long hours to provide for their family. And with an out breath, magic spreads out around the land, and the parents' bosses awaken with a thought of giving a slight raise and offering for the parents to work fewer hours while still earning enough to provide for their families, allowing the parents to spend more time with their children. And the sage picks up on the wishes of the elderly lady, relaxing by her fire. The magic passes out from that sage with an out breath, spreads through the land to some of the elderly lady's relatives, who suddenly stir with thoughts that they've not seen her for a while, and that perhaps they should visit more often. And spend time together. And then a sage picks up on the wishes of the blacksmith and spreads magic out with an out breath to a nearby manor where a husband awakens with this thought of an idea of some metalwork of an object they would like created for their wife, an intricate creative ornament, and that they're going to go to the local blacksmith to pay them handsomely to do that work, and that if they do that work, they'll tell all their friends. And they'll show their friends, and their wife will show their friends. And then they may well get many more similar commissions to do creative pieces of work. And the sage rests back, having gone through helping to grant the wishes of those around them. And they let go and release the lantern, which drifts back off towards the door. The sage heads over and opens the door as that lantern leaves to continue to gather up wishes. And the sage, with a sense of fulfillment and happiness they can be helpful, settles back down again by that fire. The maid enjoying time with her family. The child enjoying having their parents around more. The lonely elderly lady enjoying the company of friends and relatives who haven't visited in years. the blacksmith, enjoying crafting new items, delicately creative items. And as days pass on, so the lantern continues through the year, observing, listening, preparing to gather up dreams and wishes to be granted by the sage in the future. And the sage rests down, and as the fire burns down to embers in the sage's cabin, the sage heads to bed, settles down so comfortable and calmly, and drifts and floats so peacefully asleep into Slumberland. And the morning begins to unfurl slowly, the sky transforming as the sun begins to rise, the world still quiet, as if perhaps wrapped in the softness of a dream. The only movement is the serene glide of two adult swans across a river, which reflects the glow of the morning sky. Their long necks curve with such grace, so gentle, each movement sending the laziest ripples across the still water. And behind those two adult swans are 5 small cygnets following along, their fluffy grey forms bobbing delicately on the water's surface as they paddle with hesitant, almost jerky movements. In an awkward kind of way, still learning how to copy their parents' strokes. The air is so crisp and fresh, and there are trees lining the riverbank with newly green leaves dancing in the breeze. With spring finally arriving, following the memory of winter, with daisies and buttercups and wildflowers spread through the meadow around the river. And the scent of those flowers, the sight of those flowers, the movement of the grasses as the wind gently tickles the surface of the land. And as the sun continues to climb higher into the sky, the swans continue swimming. And as those swans swim, so the sounds of nature envelop them, the rustling leaves of trees, the hum of bees, the soft lapping of water. Eventually, as those cygnets continue to grow up, summer arrives, warming the water, filling the landscape with the most beautiful light and life stretched everywhere. The cygnet's grey feathers showing hints of white, as they change towards the swans they'll soon become. Bees busily visiting different wildflowers, birds darting between trees. The world seeming so alive and vibrant. Each day stretching so long, feeling almost like a day will last forever. And the swans find themselves absorbed in the rhythm of the day, while moving so lazily and relaxed through the water. Finding that water so refreshing under the summer sun. And in the summer afternoons, the swans continue to drift lazily down the river, enjoying the tall grasses, the soft breeze, the way the air moves across the surface of the water. And while swimming by the bank of the river, their feathers brush against the grasses, and the swans leave the water and head up onto the land, waddling along the land, exploring the land around this river. And taking some time to rest on the side of the river, almost drifting pleasantly into dreams. And then as summer continues on, it passes into autumn, with days shortening, a cool nip tickling the air, leaves darkening and browning, and turning more rustly as they hang in the trees, before finding their way from the branches to the ground, the water cooling, the days shortening, as the swan family glides across the river with deliberate, delicate movements. The landscape around, now different to how it looked before. Leaves surrounding the riverbank that crunch underfoot. A certain stillness to the environment that helps them sink deeper and more peacefully into the calmness of the moment. The air becoming more crisp. As the swans continue to explore their river, as they have done all year. Aware of how, as they glide along the river, the landscape has changed from the lush greens to the golden colours and the browns that inhabit the landscape now. From the long, warm days to the cool softness of the current days. And there's something they find magical about journeying downstream, about noticing the way the world around them shifts and changes with time. As they drift deeper and become more absorbed in the beauty of every moment of every day, aware of the different bird sounds they've heard through the year, how these have changed as different birds arrive and leave at different points across the year. As the sun sinks lower in the sky, long shadows cast across the water. The swans moving in harmony with nature. Drifting deeper and deeper into the quiet of the environment. As autumn transitions softly to winter, with the first snow beginning to fall so gracefully and delicately, with soft wisps of snowflakes gliding down to the ground. Each flake suspended in a spiral of time, descending so softly and slowly, as if considering where the best place to land is, while the swans continue to paddle through the cool water, watching the world around them transform like the colour being drained from the landscape as the snow falls. Each snowflake like a tiny star descending in a dreamlike way to create the softest blanket of white across this landscape. The sky, a comfortable grey, blending the horizon between the earth and the sky, almost making it feel like the two are connected, while the swans continue to enjoy exploring their river and the way their home changes through time. And the swans step out of the river and explore the snowy shore the way their wide feet leave soft impressions in that untouched snow. Their steps not sinking in quite as deep as they imagined they would. The air so still, so peaceful, as if time itself is standing still, as if the world is drifting deeper and deeper into its own dream. The swans exploring in an unhurried way, and as winter continues on, so the edge of the river begins to develop a little area of ice, and the swans are large enough that their bodies can break that ice with ease, the way it cracks as they lean against it, or if they step on it. The water feeling thicker as the coldness of the environment sets in. But the swans being unbothered by the experience, just enjoying the changes, enjoying this new world with a deep sense of curiosity. And as night unfolds and the moon rises, casting its silvery glow across the landscape, the swans glide effortlessly across the river, each stroke continuing to send gentle ripples out across this river to the shore. Having a sense that their movement and presence is sending ripples out through time, and they glide through the water with such harmony and ease, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility and stillness around them. And then the swans find the perfect place to settle down. They leave the river, find that sheltered spot, tuck themselves in, tuck their heads under their wing, huddled together for warmth and comfort, before closing their eyes, considering how the next stage is another spring, and they'll all probably go their separate ways and find new families as they relax down, huddle up and drift and float so peacefully and relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And this story is about an owl who lives in a forest. And it's Christmas Eve. And there's a layer of snow glistening under the fading twilight. and the sky is a deep, beautiful blue. As the last of the day fades away, and the stars blink to life, and high in the branches of an ancient oak tree sits an owl, silent and motionless, her golden eyes wide and watchful, catching the glow of the rising moon. And the owl surveys the sleeping world beneath her, the air so crisp and sharp, laced with the most beautiful scent of the pine, and a freshness to the cold air. And as the occasional breeze catches the trees, so some of the snow gently floats to the ground, like dusting, settling lazily through the air. And the owl blends so well with the bark of the tree, barely visible to passers-by. And the landscape looks so gentle and calm as night sets in, and it's as if everything is preparing to sleep. The occasional breeze making the trees gently rock, and far off in the distance is a brook trickling through this forest, the edges of which are covered with ice, the sound barely audible to anyone but an owl. The snow cushioning any reflections of sounds, absorbing the echoes. The night deepening around the forest, the stillness almost palpable. A deep sense of peace and calm. The occasional distant sound of birds as they settle into the trees for the night, and other sounds of other creatures, and some sounds of creatures waking for the night. And the owl drops off the branch, spreads their wings, and silently and gracefully slices through the cool air, flying through this forest, looking down upon the landscape. The silvery light of the moon reflecting like diamonds across the snow, shadows under the trees dancing, and the very slight occasional breeze. The landscape giving a serene beauty. The owl flying so effortlessly, barely moving their wings. As she flies, she sees the den, with a fox coming out of that den, and she can sense that there are other foxes still wrapped up warm and comfy within the den. She follows the brook as it leads down to a lake. And as she flies over the lake, its stillness makes it reflect almost like a mirror. And she lands on a branch of a tree near the lake. As she watches 6 geese swimming around in that lake. And then she notices those geese leaving the lake, heading to their nests. And she watches on with intrigue, curious about what's happening with those geese. And then she sees that there are other animals heading over towards those geese. The badger, the fox she saw earlier, a deer, a squirrel, these various animals from within the forest are all heading to those geese. And then they stand around the geese. And as she watches on, and those geese are resting there on those nests, and the owl notices that each one is laying an egg. And the circle of animals seem to have bought different items from throughout the forest, moss and twigs, to help pad out each nest, to help support those newly laid eggs in surviving through the winter. And the owl watches each egg being laid, and those 6 geese lay those eggs, and rest on those eggs, keeping them warm, looking after those eggs until they're ready to hatch. And as the days pass on, from day to day through the winter, so those geese remain on those eggs, and the animals of the forest come and go to keep an eye on those geese and those eggs, supporting those geese through this process, before eventually one day the eggs begin to hatch as the snow begins to clear. And once all of the eggs have hatched, so the owl can see all those geese on that lake, the animals watching on, praising this new life in the forest. And after a night of relaxing and watching the goings on of these geese, The owl settles down and drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And Vera steps outside, the cold air tickling her cheeks, a scarf pulled snugly around her neck. And as she walks in the brisk winter wind, feeling the weight of her coat resting on her shoulders, protecting her from the cold, she enjoys the feeling of being out on this chilly winter afternoon. There are grey clouds hanging overhead, stretching way off to the horizon. Streets are quiet and still. The houses stand so silently, their windows reflecting the afternoon light. And smoke rises from the various chimneys, barely visible against the backdrop of grey clouds. And Vera inhales deeply and comfortably, feeling the sensation of the cold air. As she breathes that in, it passes in through her nose, down into her body, and then breathes out, a cloud of air warmer than the surrounding air. Noticing that faint scent of burning wood, mixed with the crispness of frost. As the smell from the various fires within the houses mingles with the cold air outside, and although windy and overcast, there's a certain peacefulness and stillness to the world around her, with very few people moving around. Almost like there's a solitude enveloping everything, as if the world is wrapped in a blanket of calm. And as she continues to walk, the sound of each step on the cold stone beneath her feet, she enjoys the sound as she occasionally walks over fallen leaves, that gentle crunching sound. And after a while of walking, she can see the first flicker of light in the distance from the Christmas market down in the town. And she enjoys each year coming along to this Christmas market. The various stalls, the soft glow of fairy lights strung between those stalls, the decorations, the music, giving the town such a cosy, calming feel. And Vera feels that this sight just brings her such joy. And there's a bit more warmth here in the market. The chestnuts roasting, with some outdoor seating spaces, with fires for warmth. And she begins to explore the market, to the backdrop of the murmur of the voices around her, the sounds of the different traders trying to get customers' attention. Some of the stalls have lanterns hanging delicately within them, creating flickering shadows, dancing around the inside of marquees and small tents, and across the cobblestoned path. And as she walks, she passes a stall containing cakes, smells that scent of the different cakes, the spiced wintry cakes. Another stall with mulled wine. Continuing walking, she can smell the scent of cinnamon, orange zest, and other sweet smells. And while walking around this market, she hears singing and sees a small choir singing familiar carols. With a small circle of people enjoying the performance. And Vera always enjoys the way that the market transforms the dullness of winter into something so beautiful, with the soft glow of the lights. The way everyone seems so friendly and happy to see each other, and the joy of the festive decorations. And she continues looking around these stalls, and while walking around, she can see children playing, children walking along holding parents' hands and grandparents' hands, couples with their hands intertwined, and some wrapping each other up into their arms for warmth as they explore the market, pointing at different items, making purchases, admiring the different stalls. And as she explores, so she eventually finds her attention drawn to a stall selling delicate glass ornaments, each one glowing and glistening so beautifully under the lantern's light, seeming to almost shimmer and sparkle. These glass ornaments, handmade, so fragile and intricate. Some shaped as Christmas tree decorations like snowflakes, their edges seeming so fine and almost too delicate to touch. And she thinks of how difficult it must have been to make such ornaments by hand. And while exploring, now with a bag with a well wrapped up glass ornament within it, she can smell the scent of pine needles and the other scents around her. As she approaches the centre of the market, where there's a tall Christmas tree wrapped in decorations and baubles and Christmas lights, gently pulsing and changing. And people stood around taking photographs of this Christmas tree, and others doing their best to walk around those who are taking photographs. And the scene seems so magical, so calming, as the light continues to dim around her. As the afternoon draws on, and the sky is still overcast, and so she can't actually see the sun passing across the sky, but she can notice that the light around her is dimming. And Vera heads over to a small cafe, tucked delicately between two stools. She sits on the cold wooden bench at a wooden table as she's served a cup of tea and a cake. Then she looks around her and watches the world pass by. While gently holding that cup between her hands, feeling its warmth spread gently through her fingers. Drifting into her mind as she lazily drinks that drink. The steam from the drink rising and meeting with the cold air before dispersing as people continue to explore the market. And as she rests there, drinking that drink, so her thoughts begin to drift to memories of different times, to recalling family home life growing up, a small, cozy home filled with warmth. The sights and sounds and scents as her parents decorated the house for winter. The warm, crackling log fire in the living room. The twinkling lights hung around the room, the decorations on the tree. And she allows herself to be absorbed in those memories, enjoying the pleasant experience in her mind. Now all grown up, and much, much older than back then. Her family are spread all over the place. But on Christmas Day, they all come together to enjoy time with each other, enjoy the cozy roast dinner. And she gets to enjoy her grandchildren running through the rooms, playing, watching them open their presents And as her mind drifts and floats, so she recalls a set of 5 golden napkin rings she was bought last year. And she thinks about how she'll have to seek those rings out, to lay out the dining room table, and she looks forward to seeing her family, having them all coming together at the same place at the same time. And after finishing her drink, she sets back off from this cafe, heading back, exploring the market. As she explores, so she buys some veg and the meat and other items for the Christmas dinner. She picks up a few items like last-minute presents for her family that she just happened to see in this market. Handmade goods she knows they won't be able to get anywhere else. She finds a set of the most beautiful napkins and feels they'll go nicely with the gold rings she received last year. And so she then heads back through the market as the sun is now fully set and the evening has set in so comfortably. And she heads home with her goods. She does some of the preparation for Christmas Day's dinner. She relaxes in front of the fire for a while before heading to bed, drifting and floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day, on Christmas Day, she continues to prepare the Christmas dinner. She makes sure the house looks so cozy, so calming and festive. As the family members turn up, and as they turn up, so they greet her so happily, sometimes with gifts, sometimes with just an item or two to eat or drink through the day. And Vera mixes and mingles with her family, while at times being in the kitchen, preparing the food. But having done some preparation beforehand, this helps her to be able to spend more time with her family. Then she pops up to the bedroom to get the presents that she has wrapped for her family, and takes them downstairs and places them under the tree. and other family members with presents. Place what they've brought along under the tree too. And then late afternoon, they all sit around the table, enjoying the meal. And after the first course, they pull the crackers, wear the crowns, tell each other ridiculous jokes, look at the different items found within the crackers, enjoying each other's company. Before then enjoying the main meal. Then the dessert. And then by late afternoon, they sit around in the living room, the children on the floor near the Christmas tree, the adults in the chairs, trying not to fall asleep to their full stomachs. And they go around asking the children to take one present at a time and pass them from under the Christmas tree to the relevant person. And they enjoy taking it in turns to watch each other open their presents and watch the children open their presents. And by the early evening, the children are playing with their presents. The adults are all talking, catching up with each other, sharing stories, occasionally reminiscing, laughing, and sometimes just sitting there relaxing with a drink. And then as the evening moves on, so the different sets of family members say their goodbyes and set off on their journeys back home. And after everyone has gone and the evening's getting later, Vera, feeling deep contentment in her heart, finishes tidying away and cleaning up before relaxing down for a while, enjoying the peace and quiet, the cozy feeling of resting, and thinking back on the family she's seen today, before then heading to bed, where she drifts and floats so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And it's Christmas Eve and a girl is in a car, and the world outside the car is quiet, wrapped in the crispness of winter. The air is cold, turning any breath into delicate clouds that float upwards before disappearing softly into the night. Snowflakes are tumbling lazily through the sky, each flake drifting and dancing in the beams of street lamps, and they settle soundlessly on rooftops and tree branches, turning the world into the most magical scene. And inside the car, the girl is nestled warmly in her coat and scarf, her cheeks still slightly pink from the cold outside. The hum of the engine feeling so comforting, like the gentle purring of a cat. And her parents are in the front, their voices low and soft, adding to that deeper sense of calm. And she leans her head gently against the window, where her breath creates a fine mist, and she peers out at the world. And Christmas lights glow from every house that they pass, wrapped around trees and rooftops, twinkling like stars caught in the branches. There's a quiet rhythm to it all, as if the lights themselves are breathing softly, pulsing with the rhythm of the night. And the girl smiles and turns to her parents, her voice breaking the peaceful hum of the car. I spy with my little eye something green. Her parents, warm with the joy of the evening, play along. A Christmas tree, her mother guesses, her voice light and playful. The girl shakes her head, giggling a little. Nope. It's the reindeer, the one in the garden over there, she exclaims, pointing at a glowing reindeer decoration that stands proudly in front of a house, its soft green light glowing warmly under the snow, as though it too is part of the magic of the night. They continue the game as the car weaves through the snowy streets. She spots candles flickering in windows, wreaths adorned with ribbons, trees standing tall. Her father guesses wrong deliberately, his overdramatic disappointment making her giggle even more. Soon her thoughts begin to wander. The night feels magical and her mind drifts to one of her favourite questions. She gazes out at the passing houses, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asks, what happens to the toys when the shop closes? Her father catches her eyes in the rearview mirror and smiles. He takes his time before answering, as if he's considering something very important. Well, he says, after the doors are locked and the lights go out, the toys come to life. They've been waiting all day for that moment. The girl's eyes widen with delight. They really come to life, she asks, leaning even closer to the window as if she might catch a glimpse of this secret world. Her father nods, his voice gentle with the kind of magic that belongs only to Christmas. Oh yes, they have their own little town inside the shop. They laugh, they dance, they even have adventures of their own. The girl's imagination flares to life. She pictures the toy shop, quiet and still during the day, but at night becomes something extraordinary. Her father's words settle deep in her mind, painting pictures of toy-sized streets and lively adventures as though they're memories of something she's always known. The streetlights flicker by and her thoughts drift. a father's tale growing roots in her mind, like a dream just waiting to bloom. And the car moves so smoothly over the snow-covered road, its tyres barely making a sound. Inside, the warmth wraps around the girl like the most comfortable blanket. The steady hum of the engine, low, soothing, as though the world outside is slowing down and inviting her to relax even deeper. And the streetlights continue to flicker past, casting their light across the windscreen, the glow moving across the glass in slow, rhythmic waves, as if time is stretching and melting, elongating the moments between each wave. Each light sweeping over the car guides the girl deeper and deeper into a peaceful place in her mind, her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, the world outside blurring into a soft blend of colours, the white snow, the warm golden lights, the deep blue of the night sky, the snowflakes falling and drifting softly and lazily through the air. And as the girl watches those streetlights flicker by, almost mesmerised by the rhythm of the night, it almost feels hypnotic and starts to match the gentle rise and fall of her breath, in and out, in and out. The car humming softly, guiding her deeper and deeper into relaxation. Her mind drifts and floats away from the game of I Spy and into a world of imagination. The toy shop, the toys coming to life. It starts to feel so real. She can almost see them, hear the soft murmur of their laughter, feel the anticipation as they wait to wake for the night. Her breathing slowing, her eyelids fluttering closed, gently, softly drifting to sleep. And in her dream, she's standing in front of a toy shop, its windows glowing with the last flickers of holiday light. The glass gleams warmly, casting the most pleasant golden light on the snow-covered pavement. She recognises that this toy shop is the one she visited earlier in the day. The shelves filled with dolls and plush animals and toys of all shapes and sizes. But here, in her dream, everything feels different. Time has slowed as though the whole world is taking a deep, comfortable breath. The wooden sign above the door swings gently in the breeze. the hum of the world outside fades into a gentle stillness, setting over the street. She watches as the light inside the shop begins to dim. One by one, lights go out, and the toys are bathed in a soft half-light, as though the shop itself is preparing for something. For a moment everything is still, and then from the edges of the shelves a soft glow begins to shimmer, faint at first, but growing brighter. The toys, which have been still and quiet all day, now begin to stir. It's a slow, gentle awakening. Plush animals stretch their limbs, as if shaking off a long sleep. Dolls blink their eyes. Soldiers, standing tall on shelves, adjust the uniforms with precision. The aisles between the shelves begin to shift, the walls gently pulling back, expanding into something new. What was once a simple row of toys transforms into streets lined with tiny houses made from blocks, puzzle pieces and toy boxes. The shelves stretch higher, and the shop itself seems to breathe, expanding and shifting into a whole world of its own. It's no longer just a shop. It's now a magical town glowing softly with life. The girl feels a deep sense of wonder. Everything feels slow, gentle, as if the toys are moving to the rhythm of a quiet melody that only they can hear. Laughter rises softly, full of joy, as toys of every kind come together in the streets, greeting one another after a long day of waiting. Plush animals bounce along the streets, their fur warm and soft, their eyes gleaming with happiness. Dolls in dresses twirl, their skirts swirling around them in gentle arcs, while soldiers march in graceful steps. Everything moves in slow motion. The girl's never seen anything quite like this, and yet something about it feels so familiar, as though this magical world was always meant to exist, hidden just beneath the surface of the everyday. Among the bustling toy streets, the girl notices a soft, fluffy teddy bear standing at the edge of the street. The teddy's golden fur glows warmly in the light, and its round, kind eyes shine with a sparkle of quiet adventure. It looks out over the magical town with a thoughtful expression, as if thinking about something important. Its soft paws rest at its sides, but its stance holds a gentle, determined energy. The teddy glances around as if searching for something, and soon spots a small group of toys nearby, a jack-in-the-box, a graceful ballerina, and a sturdy, wind-up soldier. The jack-in-the-box bounces over gently, the lid creaking softly as it moves with excitement. The ballerina stands poised, her delicate arms arched above her head, a tutu fluttering slightly in the dreamlike air. The soldier, standing tall, watches over them with a steady, protective gaze. The teddy steps forward, gathering the toys into a small circle. The girl watches, her heart quiet with curiosity as the teddy speaks in a soft, gentle voice. There's a sense of purpose in its words, not rushed, but filled with a quiet urgency. Something important must be done tonight. There's a place far beyond these streets, the teddy says. Pixie Dell, it's where the magic is hidden. The fairy dust that can give us life, real life beyond this night. The toys listen, their eyes wide and excited. If we find the fairy dust tonight, we'll never have to wait in the future. We'll be able to live and play with children. We'll be able to be awake always. This is their one chance, their one night to find the magic that will change everything. As they walk through the enchanted streets, the girl watches on. There's something beautiful, something deeply calming about the way the toys move, the way they embark on their quest with such gentle determination. The toys walk side by side, heading towards something magical, something just out of reach. They come upon an old wooden door, tucked away at the edge of the town. Unlike the other doors, which are painted brightly and neatly, this one is older, half covered in ivy and mistletoe. The wood is worn smooth, but it feels so inviting. The teddy steps forward first, glances back at the others, and pulls the door open. Behind the door is a shimmering portal. Its silvery light moving gently, glistening and glowing, like moonlight on a pond. One by one, the toys step through that portal. As they pass through, the world changes. They find themselves in a new land, even more magical than the toy town they've left behind. Snow falls slowly and silently from the sky, each flake seeming to hang in the air longer than it should, twinkling softly in the dim light. Everything seems to have a dreamlike glow to it. The air feels crisp and fresh, yet slightly warmer, and it smells faintly of cinnamon and pine, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to the senses. The ground is soft, with powdered snow that feels almost like walking on clouds. Every movement they make is slow and deliberate. The trees that line this magical land seem to tower higher. Above them, branches draped with twinkling lights glowing from within. the toys gaze around in wonder, their eyes wide with the beauty of this world. There's something deeply peaceful here, something that makes each step feel lighter and more relaxed. In the distance, the teddy spots something shimmering at the far end of the path. They move together towards that, and as they continue to journey deeper into this land, they eventually discover a glimmering, shining, sparkling river. Its surface as smooth and still as glass. The water seems to glow faintly. The toys gaze into the river, and on the banks of that river, they notice glowing creatures. Their bodies twinkling like fireflies, drifting lazily along the water's edge. And they seem to be watching the toys with gentle curiosity. And the teddy bear and their friends continue along the edge of this river. Each step like walking deeper into the heart of magic. And they reach a clearing, a beautiful glade bathed in soft light. And at the heart of this glade is Pixie Dell that they've been seeking. They see that the fairy dust they are after is just scattered across the ground like stardust, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. The teddy kneels down, its paws sifting through the fairy dust, feeling its delicate, almost weightless texture. The toys begin to gather the dust, excited by the magic they're collecting. And the dust begins to twinkle and shine and sparkle. And once they've gathered all that dust, they start to head back the way they came. They head all the way back to that portal, through the portal, back into that magical town. The streets are quiet, with the townfolk waiting for them. The teddy bear, holding the dust carefully, leads the way. All the toys are gathered along the streets. Different toy animals and dolls and wooden figures, all moving along the streets and gathering in the town centre. And as the group arrive at the town centre, the air seems so still, and the teddy begins to sprinkle that fairy dust over the toys, and the dust drifts down like snowflakes, filling the air with a faint tinkling sound, like the sound of distant chimes. And the dust floats slowly and gently settling over each toy with a warmth that feels like a gentle embrace. And as the dust touches them, the toys feel something stirring inside them. A slow, gentle warmth spreading from their hearts, filling them with a soft light, peaceful glow, reflecting the magic of the fairy dust. And they discover they're no longer bound by the limits of their world. They'll be able to wake, to play, to live beyond this night. The thought fills them with joy and contentment. And as the last of the fairy dust settles, the air grows softer and warmer. The golden glow begins to blur. The entire town seems to be melting into a dream. The girl, still part of the dream, feels herself floating gently, as though the magic is carrying her deeper and deeper into the heart of sleep. The scene around her softens like watercolours blending on a page. She can feel the warmth of the toy's joy, the happiness they exude. The sounds of this toy town begin to fade, becoming quieter and quieter. The girl's breathing slows as she sinks deeper and deeper into a comfortable sleep. And the glow of the toy town fades into the background until all that's left is a warm golden comfort, and she feels herself drifting pleasantly into a more peaceful sleep, and the world outside is so calm and gentle, and the girl wakes wrapped in the warmth of her blankets to the sound of 4 cawing blackbirds perched outside her bedroom window. Their song is soft, mingling gently with the quiet of the morning, the first light of day. Aware she must have been asleep in the car and carried in by a parent to bed, and managed to sleep through the experience. And curious about that toy shop, the sense of that dream lingering in her mind. She feels that she can almost hear the soft hum of that toy shop. She can almost see the streets glowing with life, the toys on their mission. It's Christmas morning and she races downstairs. She bounds into the living room, and beneath the tree, presents are stacked neatly, wrapped in bright paper and ribbons. The family gathered around, talking softly and friendly. She sits on the floor cross-legged, touching the different presents and the ribbons, and with her family, she begins to unwrap her gifts. And among the toys and books, one present catches her eye, a small, neatly wrapped box with a simple red ribbon, and she pulls it onto her lap, carefully unties the bow, and as she peels away the paper, she gives a gentle gasp. It's a teddy bear, golden and soft, with round, twinkling eyes that seem to hold a secret just for her. She feels her heart skip a beat as she recognizes it's the teddy from her dream, the one who led the toys through the portal, who sprinkled that fairy dust and brought the magic to life. She hugs that bear tightly, burying her face in its soft fur, holding on to its warmth, its magic, feeling a deep and instant connection as she squeezes it close, feeling happiness settle over her, as though the dream is still with her. The teddy's eyes twinkle, and deep inside her heart she feels something warm and familiar. She holds it tighter, and for a moment it's as though that dream had never ended. And Christmas Day passes with warmth and joy. The house filled with laughter, the sense of festive meals, the family sharing stories, unwrapping gifts, and the teddy bear stays by her side all day, tucked gently under her arm as she moves from room to room. And as the day begins to fade into evening, and the sunlight melts away into the horizon, she's aware that it's bedtime. She heads upstairs to the sound of the ticking clock. Her parents kiss her goodnight, their voices soft as they wish her sweet dreams. She feels their love wrapping around her. They turn out the light, with just the faintest glow coming from outside. And she begins to drift and float asleep. And the teddy bear, once still, blinks softly, its eyes twinkling with magic. It looks around the room, carefully pulls the covers up around itself, tucks them snugly under its chin, before glancing over lovingly at the girl sleeping beside it. And she's already in a deep sleep, breathing slow and steady. And the teddy smiles, shifts a little closer to her, and with a quiet sigh, closes its eyes and drifts deeply and peacefully asleep. And as they drift and float asleep, so they sleep soundly to the magic of Christmas lingering in the air, drifting peacefully asleep into Slumberland. And Reg wakes slowly as if the gentle tug of morning pulls him from a deep, tranquil dream. His eyes open to the dim light of a winter dawn, filtering through the small window of his stone cottage. For a moment, he lingers in the warm cocoon of his blankets, savouring the quiet. The air is cool and crisp, a reminder that outside the world is dressed in frost and silence. He breathes deeply, feeling the subtle ache of age in his bones, the familiar stiffness that comes with years spent working the land. Today, though, there's no rush, no urgency to chase after wandering lambs or mend fences. Today's different. He pushes the blankets aside and swings his legs over the edge of the bed, his feet landing softly on the floor. The cold of the floor seeps through his socks, and he lets out a small sigh, his breath hanging in the air. He stretches, his movements slow but deliberate, like the rising sun inching its way into the sky. Outside, the faint glow of dawn peeks over the horizon, painting the world in shades of soft pink and pale gold. A winter's dawn, quiet and unhurried. He dresses warmly, layering wool and thick fabric against the bite of the frost waiting just beyond the door. With a steady hand, he pulls open the heavy door to his cottage, and the chill of the morning air greets him like an old friend. The cold nips at his nose and ears, but is not unwelcome. It helps to wake him, sharpening his senses to the beauty of the world before him. The earth is covered in a blanket of frost, each blade of grass a tiny crystal, reflecting the soft light of the early sun. The air is so still. It feels as though the entire world is holding its breath. His boots sink gently into the frost-crisped grass, and a satisfying crunch follows with each step. The ground beneath his feet feels solid and sure, just as it always has. The land has been his life, his home, his sanctuary. The sheep are already awake, their breath visible in the cold morning air as they huddle together for warmth. Their soft rhythmic bleating is the only sound in the quiet expanse. Reg smiles, his heart warming at the familiar scene. He moves among them, his weathered hands brushing over their thick wool as he counts them, each one a comforting presence, a reminder of the simple joys of life. As he tends to his flock, his mind drifts to the day ahead, Christmas Eve, the day of their annual gathering, a tradition now so familiar, so cherished, that it feels as much a part of him as the very land beneath his feet. Al and Frank, his oldest friends, Men who've shared both the burdens and joys of life with him for longer than he can remember. They'll meet again tonight as they always do, to camp beneath the stars and share stories by the fire, a tradition that had started long ago when they were young and the world seemed so much larger. Reg pauses, straightening up from his work. He looks up at the sky already clearing, the last remnants of night fading into a pale blue canvas. The air is so still, so peaceful, that he can almost hear the silence itself. There's a certain magic to mornings like this, where the world feels untouched, pure, as though time has slowed just for him. A sense of calm settles over him, spreading through his body like warmth from a fire. He knows tonight will be clear. The sky promises it, with not a cloud in sight. A night for stars, for stories, and for remembering. As the sun continues to rise, casting a golden glow over the frost-covered fields, Reg feels a sense of quiet anticipation growing within him. The morning chores are simple, the movements of his hands familiar and easy, feeding the sheep, checking their enclosure, ensuring all is well before he leaves. There's no need for haste today, no urgency in his steps. Everything moves at a slow, measured pace, the rhythm of a winter's morning guiding him deeper and deeper into a relaxed state. With each task completed, his mind drifts further into the peaceful reverie of the day. When all is done, he lingers for a moment longer, standing in the middle of the frosty field. He closes his eyes, letting the cold air wrap around him, letting the quiet sink into his bones. The only sound is the gentle breathing of the sheep, the distant rustling of the bare trees, and his own heartbeat, slow and steady. Then with a deep breath, he turns back towards the cottage, knowing it's time to go, time to meet his friends, time for the stories to begin again. He gathers his things carefully, every item placed with care into his pack. His thick woolen scarf, worn with age but still soft, wraps snugly around his neck, and his gloves, stiff from the cold, slide over his hands. The fields stretch out before him as he sets off. Blanketed in frost, the landscape painted in shades of white and silver. The air, so still, feels like the world itself is resting. As he walks, his boots crunch through the frozen grass. Cold brushes his cheeks. While walking, his thoughts drift back through the years. He can see Al and Frank in his mind, how they looked when they were young, with bright eyes and strong hands, full of energy and ideas. Time has softened them all, worn them down in some ways, but deepened them in others. Their friendship has aged like fine wine, richer, fuller, more meaningful with each passing year. The landscape continues to open up before him. He feels a deep sense of peace wash over him. The last traces of the sun begin melting away. In the distance, Reg spots a small flock of 3 French hens, their feathers bright against the wintry landscape. They move gracefully through a patch of the fading sunlight, pecking at the frost-covered earth. He smiles while watching the birds. They seem almost out of place in the stark winter landscape. He feels that there's something symbolic about them, something that speaks to the harmony that he feels with Al and Frank. The 3 of them, like these hens, have weathered many winters, yet they continue to return to this place to share in the quiet beauty of the land and the stories it holds. Eventually, a small clearing comes into view, framed by the gentle rise of hills on one side and the forest of leafless trees on the other. The sun almost fully set now, as he sees Al and Frank waiting for him to arrive. And as they spot each other, they all smile. And as they all meet, they stand there for a moment, just looking at each other, how they've aged. They joke with each other before beginning to set up a camp. They talk to each other about small and simple things, of the sheep they tend to, of the weather, of the stars overhead. They collect up dry branches and they begin to make a campfire. They arrange that wood carefully. They place some tinder among the wood. They light that fire as it sparks to life with warmth and comfort, sending shadows dancing across the landscape. In the distance, the French hens settle into the branches of a tree, softly cooing, before they'll settle down for the night. The stars twinkle overhead like a million tiny pinpricks of light scattered across the vast expanse. And the 3 friends sit around the fire. Initially in comfortable silence, enjoying the atmosphere around them. And as the evening gets darker and darker, and cooler, they wrap blankets around themselves while they chat and tell stories to one another. And then Al, the eldest of the group, asks a question. In all these years, apart from that night we first felt the spirit of this place, what's been the most profound moment of your life? His question lingers for a while in the air. Reg and Frank gaze at each other, their expressions thoughtful, each mulling the question over in their mind. Al leans back, his eyes moving from one friend to the other as he waits for a reply. The fire crackling softly, the light dancing lazily. Reg smiles softly. I suppose, Reg says, it would have been the birth of my first son. He pauses for a moment, allowing himself to become deeper absorbed in his thoughts. He was born on a day much like this. The air was cold. The stars were bright overhead. But there was a warmth in the room, a kind of warmth I'd never felt before. It wasn't just from the fire in the room. It was from him, from the moment I held him. It was like holding a tiny piece of the sun. I remember looking at him, and it felt like the whole world had shifted. Everything was brighter, sharper, more alive. I could hear every sound, feel every breath, as though the very air around us had slowed down to watch this moment unfold. The first time he laughed, Reg says, his voice catching slightly, it was like hearing music for the first time. And when he took his first steps, it was as if the ground itself was cheering him on. Frank and Al continue listening in silence. And now, Reg continues, when I see him grown into a man, there's still that same light in him. It's a quiet glow, but it's there, and every time I look at him, I feel it again, that same warmth, that same awe, as though the world is still shifting around him, making space for all the moments yet to come. Reg falls silent, gazing off into space, while his mind drifts elsewhere, to a place where he's standing in a field watching his son run ahead of him, the sun setting behind them, casting long shadows across the earth. It's a memory that holds him gently, like the soft glow of a candle in the dark, and he lets it linger for a moment longer. before drifting back to his friends. The fire continues to crackle softly, its golden flickering light continuing to dance on the ground and stretch into the stillness of the night. Al shifts in his seat as he prepares to share his story. He gazes into the fire. It was many years ago, he begins. I was young then, much younger than I am now. I just started tending my own flock, trying to prove myself, trying to make my way in the world. A storm came faster than I expected. The clouds gathered overhead, thick and dark, like great ships sailing across the sky. Before I knew it, the wind was howling through the trees and the rain began to fall in great sheets so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I was lost. The storm had swept me up. I had no idea which way to go. The trees creaked and groaned all around me. The wind pushed against me. And the rain, it was like the world itself was trying to wash me away. Al gazed off as he absorbed himself deeper in his story. And then, out of nowhere, he appeared. I couldn't see his face clearly, but there was something about him. Something calm, something certain. He didn't speak much, just gestured for me to follow, and I did. I followed him through the storm, through the wind and the rain. He moved with such ease, like the storm didn't touch him at all. He led me back to the edge of the woods, back to safety, and just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. I turned to thank him, but there was no one there. The storm had calmed, the rain had stopped, and the air was still. But he was gone. To this day, I don't know who he was or where he came from, but I'll never forget the feeling he left behind. It was like the warmth of the fire spreading through me, a sense of calm, of safety, like I was held in something greater than myself. Frank isn't a man of many words, but having listened to Al's story, he knows it's his turn to speak next. I suppose, Frank begins, if I had to pick one moment, it would be the time when I nearly lost everything. My farm had fallen on hard times. The crops failed. The sheep were thin and the debts, well, they kept piling up. I was on the verge of losing the land, losing everything that my father and grandfather had built. I thought there was no way out. I tried everything, worked harder than I ever had, but nothing seemed to change. And just when I thought I would lose it all, a stranger appeared. He didn't say much, But he came to me, offered to pay off my debts. I didn't know him, had never seen him before, and yet there he was with an offer that seemed too good to be true. I accepted. I had no choice, and when I asked him why he was helping me, he just smiled and said, "Because you needed it." He didn't ask for anything in return, didn't leave his name, and when I tried to find him later, he was gone as though he'd never been there at all. Ever since that day, I've carried the belief that kindness is like a fire. It spreads, it's warm, and it doesn't ask for anything in return. For a moment, there's only silence. The kind of silence that soothes, a deep, calming quiet that invites reflection and peace. The three friends have shared their stories, each one a gift shared around the fire. Their words now a part of the air, the land, and the night. Reg leans back, gazing up at the constellations overhead, the stars twinkling so softly, as though winking at the earth. Al and Frank sit beside him, breathing slow and even, feeling a deep sense of comfort and peace. They watch as a shooting star streaks across the sky. It feels almost like time is standing still. They exchange some quiet glances with each other, feeling no need for words. Just enjoying their friendship and their time together. The three of them head to their tents. As the fire has burned down to embers, they sit in the entrance to their tents, talking softly with each other for a little while, all feeling increasingly tired. Talking as they wait for the fire to fully burn out. And once the fire is fully burned down, and nothing but warmth remains, they say good night to each other, head into their tents and seal their tents, wrap themselves up warm for the night, and drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into Slumberland. The morning arrives gently, like the brush of a soft hand across the sky. The pale light of winter stretches through the curtains, casting silver shadows across the room. Outside, a thick blanket of snow drapes over the world, turning every edge into a softened curve, as if the earth itself has surrendered to a long, dreamlike slumber. The silence is profound, deep, peaceful, as if the snow has hushed all sound into a quiet, tender lullaby. And inside the house, warmth embraces every corner. The fire in the hearth crackles softly, its flames flickering lazily, casting a golden light that flickers over the walls. The faint scent of wood smoke drifts through the air, weaving with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The fire's steady warmth is the pulse of the home, its constant presence, a promise of comfort while the world outside remains cold and distant. The mother moves through the house with graceful ease, her footsteps a mere murmur against the wooden floor. She pauses at the window, watching the snowflakes fall in snow, so gently, so slowly, in deliberate spirals, each one unique, as it delicately descends. Her lips curve into a quiet smile as she watches the landscape transform into the most beautiful winter wonderland. The air thick with the promise of a peaceful day, she inhales deeply, the scent of the fire mixing with the crisp coolness that seeps in through the window panes. Upstairs, the children are cocooned in their beds, tucked beneath thick, cozy blankets. The youngest is a small bundle of warmth nestled deep within his covers, resisting the pull of the morning. His face is half hidden in his pillow, his breath slow and steady. When his mother enters the room, her gentle voice guiding him towards wakefulness as he burrows himself deeper into the warmth of his bed, trying to resist her coaxing. Her voice guiding him in the land of dreams. Then downstairs, the father sits in his favourite chair near the fireplace, his hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee. The rhythmic crackle of the fire and the steady warmth of the flames have become part of his morning ritual. Gazes into the fire, his thoughts drifting as the golden light reflects off his face. Outside, the snow continues to fall, but inside, there's only the comforting hum of the house gradually awakening. The older children eventually tumble down the stairs, laughter filling the quiet with a bright, joyful energy. Their excitement is as fresh as the new snow outside. Their laughter mingles with the sounds of the home, bringing it to life. The father smiles over the rim of his coffee cup, his eyes lighting up at the sight of them. The happiness is contagious, filling the house with warmth that rivals even the fire. The mother gathers the children at the front door, wrapping them in thick coats, scarves and gloves, their breath rising in soft clouds, fogging the cool air that slips in through the cracks. The youngest tugs at his mittens, still half asleep, while the older two bounce on their toes, eager to race into the snow. The door opens with a soft creak, and a rush of cold air sweeps into the house, swirling around their feet. Yet the fire's glow remains steady, promising its warmth for their return. As they step outside, the crunch of snow underfoot is the first sound to break the stillness of the morning. The cold air is sharp and crisp, invigorating in its clarity. The world outside is transformed, clean, untouched, and glittering under the pale winter sun. The mother breathes out, her breath visible in the cold as the children's laughter fills the frosty air. Behind them, the house remains, its windows glowing faintly with the warmth of the fire, a beacon of comfort awaiting their return. The world outside is a canvas of white, the snow sparkling like a sea of diamonds under the pale morning light. Each step sinks into the snow with a satisfying crunch, leaving behind imprints that mark their path. The children, bundled tightly in their coats, walk alongside their mother, their small boots creating a trail of footprints that meander through the pristine landscape. The air is cold, biting gently at their cheeks and noses, turning them a soft shade of pink. Above them, the sky stretches out in shades of silver and grey, blending with the snowy world below. The trees stand tall, their branches frosted with delicate icicles that catch the light and glimmer like crystals. Icicles hang from the rooftops, each one a winter jewel, sharp and glittering in the soft sunlight. The youngest child lags behind for a moment, his mittened hand outstretched to catch a snowflake. He marvels at its intricate pattern, watching as it melts almost immediately upon touching the warmth of his glove. His breath forms soft puffs in the air, each exhale mingling with the falling snowflakes, as if he's adding his own breath to the quiet stillness of the morning. His mother watches with a smile, her heart warmed by the sight of his wonder. The streets are quiet, the snow muffling every sound, creating a serene stillness that feels almost otherworldly. Only the occasional bird calls out, its voice a bright contrast against the muted tones of the snowy morning. As they near the school, the sounds of children begin to rise, laughter, shouts, and the scuffle of boots against the snow as they play in the schoolyard, their scarves fluttering in the cold breeze like colourful flags. The mother watches as her children join the fray, their faces bright and full of life. The youngest hesitates at the gate, turning to wave, his small hand raised in a gesture of farewell. She waves back, her heart full with the sight of her children, so at ease in the world, their joy as pure as the snow itself. She stands for a moment longer, watching the schoolyard fill with the busy energy of the day, before turning back towards home. As she walks, the quiet returns, wrapping itself around her like a comforting blanket. The snow beneath her feet is soft, absorbing her footsteps, and the air is filled with the sharp, clean scent of pine and cold. Her thoughts drift, carried along by the rhythm of her steps, and the peacefulness of the morning settles deep into her bones. The world feels hushed, as though it's waiting, wrapped in the soft promise of a day full of quiet, unhurried moments. Back at the house, time seems to slow. The gentle, rhythmic fall of snow outside matches the quiet stillness within. Inside, the warmth from the fire embraces the entire room, its golden light flickering across the walls in a lazy dance. The father sits at his desk near the hearth, his back warmed by the steady heat from the flames. It's a comforting presence, as familiar as an old friend. His pencil moves steadily across the paper, sketching the lines of a new design. Each stroke is careful, deliberate, the soft scrape of graphite on paper blending with the crackle of the fire. His eyes are focused on the intricate details of his drawing, but his mind drifts in the calm of the moment, absorbed by the peaceful rhythm that surrounds him. The room is filled with the faint scent of wood smoke, interwoven with the cool freshness that slips in from the snowy world beyond the windows. Occasionally he pauses, stretching his arms above his head, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into his muscles, loosening the tightness in his back. There is something deeply satisfying about the quiet. The only interruptions are the occasional pop of the wood in the fire, or the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. It's a moment suspended in time, where the rest of the world feels far away, and all that matters is the present, the warmth, the fire, and the quiet space he inhabits. And as the day stretches into the afternoon, the fire continues its steady crackle, a low and constant murmur. The room remains wrapped in the golden light, and the father continues his work in peaceful silence, absorbed in the quiet rhythm of his day. But eventually, the soft chime of the clock stirs him from his reverie. He closes his sketchbook with a quiet thud, satisfied with his progress, though knowing there'll be time later to finish. He rises from his chair, shrugging on his thick winter coat and wrapping a scarf around his neck. The house holds the cold at bay, but as he steps through the door, the air is sharp and crisp, biting at his skin with its clarity. Snowflakes drift lazily from the sky, catching in his hair and resting momentarily on his coat before they melt. He smiles at the sight of the snow-covered world, his breath rising in soft clouds before him as he makes his way towards the school. The walk is brief, but it feels almost magical, as though he's journeying through a winter dream. The snow glistens like diamonds on the rooftops. The trees stand tall and bare, their branches dusted with silver frost. The world is quiet, peaceful, as though nature itself has settled into a gentle meditation, inviting him to slow down, to breathe, to be fully present. And at the school gate, his youngest child is waiting. The child's face lights up at the sight of him, their wide smile full of excitement and warmth. The child rushes forward, slipping their small hand into his, and together they begin the walk back home. The child's voice is filled with stories of games played during break time, of snowflakes caught on their tongue, of friends and laughter. The father listens, nodding along, his heart full with the simple joy of his child's voice. They take their time walking home, letting the snow fall around them like soft feathers. There's no hurry, no urgency, just the unhurried rhythm of a winter's day. A father and child sharing the quiet joy of the snowy world, knowing that the warmth of home waits for them at the end of the journey. And later in the afternoon, as the sun begins its slow descent towards the horizon, casting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold, the older two children make their way home. Their breath rises in puffs of mist. Their footsteps are slow, sinking into the thick layer of snow with each step. The biting cold gives them a feeling of invigoration, as though the air is alive and humming against their senses. As they near the house, the untouched snow in the garden beckons to them, its perfect surface inviting them to play. Without a word, They exchange a glance, and with a shared smile they veer off the path and begin rolling snow into large, solid balls, the foundation for their snowman. The air is filled with their laughter, bright and clear against the quiet of the winter afternoon. Their gloves grow thick with snow as they work, their cheeks flushed from the cold. They press the snow together with careful hands, building their snowman higher and higher, until it stands proudly in the garden, complete with stick arms and a crooked grin made of stones. The children stand back admiring their handiwork, their breath coming in little puffs of steam as they add the finishing touches, a scarf borrowed from one of their necks and a pair of old buttons they found in the snow. Something magical happens. From the bare branches of a tree nearby, 2 turtle doves descend. Their soft grey feathers are fluffed up against the cold, and they perch delicately on the snowman's stick arm, their gentle cooing adding a soft melody to the quiet. The children freeze, their eyes wide with wonder, watching the doves as if they stumbled upon something from a fairy tale. There's a stillness in the air now, a kind of enchantment, as though time has paused to let them fully absorb the magic of the moment. The soft light of the afternoon, the snowman, the doves. It all feels like part of a story, a winter tale where the world holds its secrets close, waiting to be discovered. For a long moment, the children stand quietly, watching the doves as they fluff their feathers, as they gaze back with dark, thoughtful eyes. The children stop noticing the cold, lost in their quiet wonder. Finally, the doves take flight, their wings beating softly as they soar into the pale sky, disappearing into the distance. The children look at each other and smile, as if they've just shared a secret, something precious, a fleeting moment only known to them. With their fingers tingling from the cold, they head back towards the front door of the house. Their boots crunch through the snow. The warmth of the home glowing ahead like a beacon in the twilight. The snowman remains standing in the garden, a silent sentinel watching over the house, its crooked grin a reminder of the simple joy of the afternoon. As they push open the door, the warmth from within the house hits them immediately, enveloping them like a soft blanket, the fire crackling softly, and the air inside is thick with the comforting scent of wood and warmth. They remove their coats and scarves, shaking the snow from their gloves, their faces glowing from the cold and from the joy of the day. The house welcomes them back, the door closing softly behind them. They embrace the warmth of the cozy, glowing house. and the kitchen begins to hum with quiet life, the warmth from the stove emanating through the room, the father standing at the counter, a wooden spoon in hand as he stirs a fragrant stew that simmers gently on the hob. The air is rich with the aroma of herbs and vegetables, the scent curling through the house, mingling with the ever-present warmth from the fire in the next room. Outside, the sun has begun to sink lower, painting the snowy rooftops in shades of lavender and gold. The kitchen windows are fogged slightly from the warmth inside, a soft contrast to the frost-kissed scene beyond. Icicles hang from the eaves, catching the last light of day, sparkling like the winter jewels they are. The snow outside, freshly fallen and untouched, lies still and serene, a blanket of quiet over the world. The children bustle about, their cheeks still a little rosy from the cold. They move and dance and play around before beginning to focus on setting the table for dinner. The clink of plates and cutlery adding to the gentle rhythm of family life in the room. The sound of the simmering stew, the crackling of the fire, a peaceful moment, full of the kind of quiet togetherness that fills a home with contentment. And the door creaks open, and a brief gust of cold air sweeps through the house as the mother steps inside, her boots dusted with snow. She pauses for the moment in the doorway, breathing in the warmth of the home, the scent of dinner, enjoying the sight of her family, feeling a deep sense of joy. And as the door closes behind her, the cold is instantly replaced by the deep, soothing warmth of the house. The children run to her, their laughter bubbling up as they fling themselves into her arms, their excitement filling the room with a renewed energy. She wraps them in hugs, brushing the snow from her hair as she leans down to kiss the tops of their heads. Across the room, the father glances up from the stove, his eyes meeting hers with a look of quiet affection. There's a wordless greeting shared between them, a warmth that fills the space between them like a second hearth. With dinner being finished, the father brings the steaming pot to the table, its rich aromas filling the air as bowls are passed around. The family sits down together, the clinking of cutlery blending with the gentle murmur of conversation. Their voices are low and easy, the worries of the day melting away with each bite of food. Laughter flickers lightly across the table, and the warmth of the meal, the home, the fire, it all wraps around them a comforting cocoon of contentment. Outside, the last light of the sun fades, giving way to the deep, cool blue of evening. Inside, the glow from the fire spills into the kitchen, casting everything in a soft golden light. The house is full but not crowded, lively but not loud. It's the kind of evening where time seems to stretch out, inviting them to linger in its warmth, to savour the simplicity of shared community. And when the meal ends, the plates are cleared and the soft rhythm of the evening continues, flowing gently from one moment to the next, like a river that knows its course, leading them deeper and deeper into the heart of the night. And with dinner behind them, the family naturally drifts towards the living room, drawn by the steady warmth of the fire. The flames are low, flickering gently, casting long, dancing shadows that move with a rhythm that feels as old as time itself. The fire is more than just warmth. It's the heart of the home, a steady, glowing presence that draws them all together. The family settles into their favourite places around the fire. The father reclines back into his armchair, his feet resting on a footstool. The soft creak of the leather chair, a familiar sound. The mother curls up on the sofa, the youngest child nestled against her side, their eyelids already drooping, with a gentle and deep pull of sleep. The older children sit cross-legged on the floor near the fire, their faces illuminated by its golden light as they share stories from their day. Their voices a soft murmur in the quiet room. Hot chocolates passed around, thick and creamy, its rich scent mingling with the warmth of the fire. Each sip is a comfort, warming them from the inside out. The sweetness lingering on their tongues as they sink deeper and deeper into the calm of the evening. The youngest child is cradling their mug in both hands, eyes barely open. The heat from the fire and the velvety taste of the chocolate is soothing them all into a peaceful drowsiness. Outside, the snow continues its slow and steady descent, but the world beyond the window feels far away, as if the house exists in its own pocket of time, separate from the cold night outside. The fire crackles softly, burning low and steady, offering a gentle glow, a soft pulse filling the room with warmth. The youngest child sinks even deeper against their mother, enjoying the warmth of the sofa. The desire to sleep growing stronger with each passing minute, and their eyes flutter closed and then open again briefly, with the child fighting the inevitable. Heading deeper and deeper towards sleep. The mother brushes a stray strand of hair away from the child's forehead. The older children still chatting quietly, occasionally pausing to enjoy the fire with thoughts drifting in the soft glow. Their voices growing slower, their words fewer, as the calm of the room pulls them into its peaceful embrace. The evening continues to settle over the house, like a thick, soft blanket, filling every corner with warmth and the steady rhythm of nightfall. The youngest child is ready for bed. The mother rises slowly, careful not to disturb their child, before gathering them up in her arms, feeling the comfortable weight of their body, the warmth of their skin, and carries them in their half-awake, half-asleep state as they drift even more asleep, carrying them up stairs to bed. And this child's room is dimly lit by a small nightlight in the shape of a crescent moon, its soft glow bathing the walls in silvery light, casting delicate shadows that dance across the floor. The bed is waiting, layered with thick blankets, promising warmth and deeper comfort. The mother tucks in the child, smooths down the blankets up to their chin, sits on the edge of the bed, and begins to read a children's storybook from the bedside table. Her voice is calm and rhythmic as it fills the room, the child barely awake, each word flowing so softly, so gently. The story familiar to the child, like an old friend, guiding the child's mind deeper and deeper asleep. The pages being turned quietly, the sound blending with the slow, steady rise and fall of the child's breathing, each breath a little slower and deeper. The child's eyes finally close fully as they sink deeper and deeper into their dreams. And as the child drifts and sleeps deeply, their face looks so soft and peaceful. The room is still, bathed in the soft glow of the nightlight. The mother lingers for a moment longer, watching the peaceful rise and fall of the child's chest. She bends down, pressing a soft kiss to their forehead, then quietly, ever so quietly, stands, leaves the room, and pulls the door closed, leaving the child to the deep, peaceful rhythm of sleep. And back downstairs, The older children remain by the fire, their bodies stretched out on the rug, their eyes half focused on the simple card game they're playing. The air is warm and still. The fire now just glowing embers. The house, so full of laughter and energy earlier, has now settled into a quiet rhythm, as though it too is preparing for a deep, peaceful night's sleep. The children talk in soft, unhurried voices, their movements slow and relaxed. Every now and then one of them yawns, the sound blending into the soft crackle of the last few embers. The warmth of the room, the softness of the light, everything seems to lull them deeper and deeper into a sense of drowsiness, like leaves slowly drifting down to rest on a still pond. The father watches them from his armchair. He knows they're going to be transitioning from wakefulness to sleep, and they're trying to stay up and not be the first to go to bed. With each child wanting to outdo the other. But eventually, sleep catches up with them. They both rise from the floor. The father stands with them. They head up the stairs, and in their rooms they head to their beds. And the father says good night to the children, and the mother comes and says good night to the children. And now the house is still, wrapped in the deep quiet that only comes when the day is done and everyone is finally tucked up in bed. The fire still just embers. The parents head down to the sofa. They sit together on the sofa, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket. They feel the stillness in the room, the comfort in the room, how cozy this room feels. They talk of little things like the children's laughter, the snowman now standing proudly outside in the garden, the way the house was so warm and alive earlier. And every now and then they fall into a comfortable silence, the kind that doesn't need to be filled. They sit side by side, resting on each other, as outside the snow continues to descend. The mother pulls the blanket tighter around her. resting her head on her husband's shoulders, just enjoying relaxing together. And as the night continues to deepen, and the fire burns out, the parents begin to drift asleep. And so they head to bed. They let go of the last traces of wakefulness. And they drift so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into Slumberland. And in the far northern reaches of the world lies Santa's workshop, a hidden sanctuary of quiet magic, nestled deep in an enchanted forest. It stands beneath a blanket of stars, its wooden beams framed in frost and glowing faintly in the moonlight. Inside, the glow of the hearth spills warmth across the polished floors, casting flickering shadows that dance like playful sprites along the walls. Everything here feels alive, but it's not a place of noise or bustle. It hums with quiet joy, a serenity woven into the very fabric of Christmas. The elves are hard at work, but there's no rush, no frantic movements. Their tasks are performed in rhythmic calm, as if the entire workshop moves to the cadence of a lullaby. Small hands glide over delicate ribbons, tying bows in rich shades of gold and emerald. The wrapping paper rustles softly, like the gentle rustling of leaves in a dream, as tiny silver bells, each as delicate as a snowflake, are placed atop each parcel. The bells chime quietly as they're added, a soft and reassuring sound, filling the air with the warmth of anticipation. Overhead, the rafters are adorned with glistening strands of tinsel, catching the glow of the firelight, sparkling like stars reflected in a frozen lake. The hum of magical machinery provides a soothing backdrop, blending with the rustle of paper and the shuffle of elves' feet as they move with a grace born of years of Christmas preparation. There's no sense of urgency, only the slow, steady rhythm of a night that stretches longer than usual, wrapping the workshop in a soft embrace of timelessness. Scents of the season weave their way through the air. Cinnamon, warm and spicy, mingles with the refreshing sharpness of freshly gathered pine needles. Peppermint floats in the background, cool and crisp, like the breath of winter itself. And beneath it all, the comforting smell of wood smoke rises from the crackling hearth, anchoring the room with the deep warmth of safety and home. Each elf moves with delicate precision, their focus steady, yet their movements are slow, unhurried, as though they know that time itself has softened to accommodate them. There's a quiet expectation here, so peaceful, deepening with every moment. Christmas Eve is on the horizon, but for now, the workshop is a sanctuary of stillness, a place where time stretches out, inviting everyone within to slow down, to breathe in the calm. In this peaceful rhythm, every element of the scene, the light, the sounds, the scents, work together to lull anyone who enters into a deeper state of peace and relaxation. The workshop feels not just like a place of work, but a place of rest, where the heart slows and the mind begins to drift, becoming absorbed in the soft rhythms of preparation. Time here is a gentle companion, moving quietly alongside the elves as they work. But amidst the tranquility, something shifts. It's subtle, like the faintest ripple disturbing the surface of a calm pool, yet noticeable to those who know the workshop well. The quantum superposition generator, usually glowing with a soft golden light, flickers briefly, its once steady hum faltering. The light dims as if the machine is growing tired, and the elves, ever attuned to the magic that surrounds them, pause in their tasks, their eyes turning towards the heart of the workshop. This machine, nestled in the very centre of the room, is no ordinary device. It holds the key to Christmas itself. The generator's magic is what allows Santa to be everywhere at once, leaping through time and space, delivering joy to every child on earth in a single night. Without it, the wonder of Christmas morning would be impossible, and stockings would hang empty by the fireplace. The elves gather around the generator, their steps soft but filled with concern. The light, once bright and steady like the first golden rays of dawn, now flickers weakly, like a candle fighting against a breeze, casts long, trembling shadows across the room. Its comforting glow, now uncertain, its hum reduced to a faint murmur. The head elf, a figure known for his calm authority, steps forward, his brow furrowed in quiet concentration as he approaches the machine, his small hands brushing gently over its surface, his fingers tracing the worn, familiar patterns of its intricate workings. The elves watch him in silence, their breaths held, not out of fear but out of reverence for the delicate magic at work. The generator splutters once, twice, and then its glow fades entirely, leaving the room dimmer as though a bit of its magic has slipped away. Yet there's no panic. Even now the workshop remains a place of quiet calm. The head elf straightens, his expression thoughtful but not troubled. "It seems," he says, his voice steady and sure, "that we will need help. and they all know who he means. The wise partridge who lives in the pear tree just outside the workshop is the only one with the knowledge and magic to repair such a delicate machine. The partridge, with its ancient wisdom, has seen countless Christmases come and go. It understands the inner workings of the generator better than anyone else. The decision to call for help is made quietly, as though even the act of asking for assistance must be handled with care. Finn, a young elf, volunteers to fetch the partridge. His steps are soft as the snow falling outside. The workshop, though quieter now without the hum of the generator, remains peaceful, its stillness deepened by the knowledge that help is on the way. Finn, small but brave, steps forward, his heart beating a little faster at the honour of being chosen. His face remains calm, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he nods to the head elf and steps outside the workshop. The night air greets him, crisp and cool, like a refreshing exhale after a long, warm breath. The snow falls gently in soft, delicate flurries, each flake descending from the velvet sky like a quiet promise of peace, settling lightly on the ground in a shimmering blanket of white. The cold nips at Finn's cheeks, but it's a gentle cold, the kind that wakes the senses without biting too hard. He breathes in deeply, the scent of snow filling his lungs, clean and sharp, mingled with the faint fragrance of pine forests resting beneath the winter moon. With each step, his boots sink gently into the snow, creating a rhythmic crunch that echoes in the stillness. The sound is soothing, like the ticking of an old, comforting clock, marking time in the quiet night. Above him, the moon hangs low, glowing softly, casting its silver-blue light across the landscape. It feels as though the moon itself is watching over him, guiding his steps, its light painting long, gentle shadows across the snow. The world around him is silent, but not empty. It's a silence filled with the weight of dreams, with the quiet beauty of the sleeping world. The trees stand tall and still, their branches draped in snow, their outlines softened in the moonlight. Soft breeze stirs the air, but it's not a howl, more like a long, deep exhale, as though the earth itself is resting. Finn feels the quiet pressing in around him, like a soft hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him deeper and deeper into the calm of the night. Each step slows his thoughts, and with every footfall his mind becomes quieter, like the snowflakes that drift slowly down to the ground. The pear tree is not far, but the journey feels timeless, as though Finn could walk forever through this snow-covered dreamscape. Each step a lull, each breath a soft rhythm that draws him deeper and deeper into the night. At last, he reaches the pear tree. It stands at the edge of a clearing, a silhouette against the dark sky. Its branches are thick and gnarled, reaching outward in wide arcs, draped in shimmering ice. The tree seems to hum with an ancient magic, as though it has stood here for centuries, quietly observing the world as it changes around it. Snow covers its branches, and in the moonlight, the tree glows faintly, casting soft reflections across the snowy ground. Finn gazes up at the tree, a sense of reverence swelling in his chest. The partridge is there perched on a low branch, its feathers shimmering faintly in the moonlight. It's a small bird, but there's something timeless about it, a quiet presence that suggests it knows far more than it ever reveals. Its eyes are bright, filled with the kind of wisdom that sees beyond the moment into the long stretch of time. The partridge sits serenely in the branches of the pear tree. There's an air of quiet certainty about it, as though it's been waiting for this moment all along. It tilts its head slightly, studying Finn with its ancient, knowing eyes. The faintest smile in its gaze. Finn, though a little nervous, steps forward, his boots making a soft crunch in the snow. The air around the pear tree feels different. The tree sways gently, though the night is still. The branches moving in slow, graceful movements, like gently rocking a cradle. The leaves shimmering under the moonlight. It feels like a place outside of time, where the rules of the world soften, and magic flows as naturally as the falling snow. "Good evening," the partridge says, its voice soft and melodic, like the first notes of a lullaby carried on the wind. The sound wraps around Finn, making him feel instantly at ease. The partridge hops down from the branch, landing lightly in the snow, its feathers glistening like stardust scattered across the ground. "Evening," Finn replies, bowing his head slightly out of respect. "I've come to ask for your help. The quantum superposition generator in the workshop has stopped working, and without it, Santa won't be able to deliver presents to all the children." The partridge listens quietly as Finn speaks. The bird's eyes seem to take in not just the words, but the meaning behind them, the weight of what he's saying. When Finn finishes, the partridge nods slowly, thoughtfully, as though considering all the possibilities of time and space within that single movement. The partridge says that the generator is a delicate thing. It bends the fabric of time in such a way that all moments converge, allowing Santa to visit every home in a single night. Without it, Christmas would be much quieter. The partridge says that they'll help, and together the partridge and Finn head back to the workshop. The partridge decides to walk with Finn rather than fly, and the snow crunches delicately beneath their feet, with Finn's boots making a deeper sound and the partridge's steps barely a whisper against the snow. They walk in silence, enjoying the nature, the stars above twinkling softly, watching their journey like distant guardians, high and still. Each step is steady, each breath calm, carrying them deeper and deeper into the gentle rhythm of the night. Together they move through the snow-covered landscape, their path lit by the soft glow of the moon and stars. As they head back to the workshop, and back inside the workshop, the warmth of the fire and the soft glow of the twinkling lights envelop Finn and the partridge as they step through the door. The gentle hum of the elves' work surrounds them like the soft murmur of a gentle song. Santa stands nearly half, his hands folded behind his back, his eyes calm but watchful. His presence is steady, comforting, like the glow of a lighthouse guiding ships through the night. He observes the elves as they continue their tasks, wrapping, sorting, preparing, all of them working quietly without rush. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the generator, there's no panic, no hurry, just quiet determination. As if everyone knows deep down that everything will be okay. The partridge approaches the quantum superposition generator, the machine sitting silent and still. They hop onto the wooden workbench beside the generator, and with a soft hum of thought, the bird begins to inspect the machine. The generator is more than wires and gears. It's a living thing imbued with ancient magic that flows through time itself. As the partridge touches it lightly with its beak, it's as if the machine stirs in response, its magic awakening beneath the bird's careful gaze. There it is, the partridge murmurs softly, almost to itself, a knot in the fabric of time, as delicate as a strand of silk. Its eyes gleam with quiet understanding as it peers closer, its head tilting thoughtfully. It's not broken, just a little tangled, a wrinkle in the tapestry of time. With slow, careful movements, the partridge begins to explore the intricacies of the generator. Its wings flutter softly with each motion, like the pages of an ancient book being turned one by one. The bird moves like a master weaver examining a delicate piece of cloth, its feathers brushing against the threads of the machine with quiet reverence, each movement slow and deliberate, as though time itself has slowed to match the partridge's gentle pace. The elves continue working in the background, quietly, diligently, with some of their attention drawn to the partridge and their inspection of the machine. Everyone in the room seems to know that this moment, this part of the natural flow of all things. Santa steps closer, his boots making barely a sound against the wooden floor. He watches the partridge with quiet respect, his eyes gleaming with firelight. The workshop feels still. It's a stillness born out of wonder and curiosity. The partridge hums softly to itself. There we are, it says at last. A knot to untangle, a thread to pull. It pauses, its eyes bright. But it cannot be done alone. It will require many hands working together in harmony. The elves gather round, their eyes wide with curiosity and readiness. Though small, their nimble hands are quick and deft, and they understand the delicacies of magic just as well as they understand the craftsmanship of toys. The partridge nods at them, its gaze warm and knowing, as though it recognizes the talents in each of them. We must work together, the partridge explains, its voice carrying through the room like the soft notes of a distant melody. This machine, this generator, it's like a song. Each piece is a note, each action a rhythm. Alone the notes are lovely, but together they create the harmony we need to bring it back to life. The elves nod. They move fluidly, taking their place around the generator. There's no rush, no urgency, just the slow, measured actions of those who know that magic, like music, requires patience and care. Finn touches the generator, his hands feeling the cool surface, his fingers feeling that faint hum beneath his skin. The other elves follow suit. The room begins to feel lighter, as though the very air is moving with them, cradling their work in a soft, invisible embrace. The generator hums faintly, its light flickering back to life, slowly, steadily. It's like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon, quiet and gentle, bringing with it a promise of renewal. As they work, the elves begin to hum softly, a tune mirroring the rhythm of their movements. The partridge watches on. Bit by bit, the generator's light grows stronger. The golden glow spreads through the room like the warm light of a lantern. It pulses gently, like the heartbeat of the night itself, steady and sure. The elves continue. As the light brightens, as the generator continues to hum to life, the room fills with a sense of joy and a deep, peaceful contentment. As the quantum superposition generator springs back to life, the elves step back. They gaze at the softly glowing machine. Santa steps forward. His face is warm, glowing with the soft golden light pulsing from the generator. His eyes crinkle at the edges as he smiles. The golden light fills the room with warmth and comfort. A healing vibration passing through the land and through the fabric of time itself. The machine is back up and running. The glow of the generator being such a wonderful sight. Santa thanks the partridge and thanks the elves for their help. And with the generator restored, the time has come for Santa to begin his journey. His sleigh waits outside of the workshop. The reindeer stand tall and strong, their breath puffing out in soft clouds that dissolve into the night sky. They're calm, their eyes bright, looking forward to the journey ahead. Santa climbs into his sleigh, the sleigh bells jingling faintly in the cool air. He thanks the partridge and elves once more. He tells them that they've made this night possible. And with a soft call to his reindeer, Santa begins his magical journey. The sleigh rises smoothly into the air, as though lifted by the dreams of every child awaiting Christmas morning. The stars above twinkle like distant lanterns, guiding the sleigh through the night sky. Santa's sleigh glides gracefully, cutting through the air like a gentle breeze, leaving a trail of sparkling stardust in its wake. The quantum superposition generator hums softly, its magic spreading through the sleigh, allowing Santa to leap from one place to the next, leaping into locations where he's in multiple locations at a time, before leaping into a new location where he's in more new multiple locations, each leap so fluid, so smooth and rhythmic, as if space and time itself are bending around Santa and the sleigh, wrapping him in a cocoon of possibilities. And the world below softens and blurs, each village, each house a fleeting glow in the dark. And Santa delivers the gifts to each sleeping child. And with each stop, Santa's sleigh touches down lightly on the rooftops. The stars above twinkling softly, and as the sky begins to shift, fading from the deep velvet blues of night to the pale blushing tones of dawn, the snow outside Santa's workshop glows faintly under the soft light of the rising sun. The door to the workshop swings slowly, softly, gently open as Santa steps inside, his red cloak dusted with snowflakes. He's tired. There's a deep, quiet satisfaction in his eyes, a warmth that radiates from his very being. Santa looks around at the elves. feeling a deep sense of gratitude for their work and support. And the partridge settles into his nest to drift and float peacefully asleep, as Santa and the elves head off for a well-earned nap, heading home, knowing they'll be back to do the same next year. But for now, heading home and drifting and floating peacefully asleep, relaxing so deeply and calmly into Slumberland. And as I tell this story, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And one day, there was a family preparing for Christmas, and the children always looked forward to Christmas. They enjoyed giving people presents, seeing people made happy as they opened those presents. They enjoyed getting to spend time together during the holiday season, playing games. And their Christmas day begins the night before. And the night before Christmas, the children are excitable. They want Christmas Day to already be here. And these children still believe in Santa Claus. And so the night before Christmas, they want to go to bed so that they can catch Santa Claus delivering the presents during the night. And as the evening progresses, so the parents turn off the lights, turn on the Christmas tree lights. The fire warming the room, flames flickering away, the crackling sound of that fire, the light from the fire glistening off decorations around the room, Christmas cards on the shelves, and on top of the fireplace, presents under the tree. And together they all sit down, they watch some Christmas TV, some feel-good TV. Before bedtime approaches, and the children go up to their rooms, parents go up to read to them. And the children get into bed, relax in bed, feeling so warm, snuggled, comfortable, as the parents read to their children. And while they read a bedtime story, so the children drift and float asleep. And the children have this plan that they'll wake up a little bit later in the night to try and catch Santa Claus delivering the presents. And they know that there are many presents that are already under the tree that are presents from their parents. But Santa delivers a stocking of presents for each child, and they want to catch Santa doing so. And so the children wake up during the night, sneak downstairs with all the lights in the house off. They hide behind the sofa and excitedly they wait, because they want to catch Santa delivering those stockings. And as they wait, so they still feel tired, and they feel their eyes occasionally shutting, and then they bring themselves back to alertness, and then notice their eyes shutting again. And it's almost as if the harder they try to stay awake, the more asleep they feel. And they try really hard to stay awake, but keep noticing themselves nodding off. And then, after what feels like hours and hours of waiting, they hear the sound of sleigh bells in the distance. They hear some sounds coming from above them, possibly on the roof of the house. And they hide and wait. And then they hear a sound in the living room, and they peek out from the sides of the sofa, and they look over, and they see what looks like Santa Claus hanging some stockings up by the fireplace. And then they notice that Santa Claus is turning around. So they move themselves back behind the sofa out of sight and wait just a moment to give Santa time to finish turning around. And to hopefully turn back or face another direction. And after a few moments, they peer out from behind the sofa and are surprised to find that Santa seems to have vanished. And they go over by the fireplace. They see that the mince pie they'd left out has gone. The glass of milk they'd left out has been drunk. And they feel so excited that they've seen Santa. And they head back up to bed, knowing in the morning they've got their presents to unwrap, and these presents in the stockings from Santa. And they drift off asleep, sleeping soundly, so rested. That evening, after the children went to bed, so the parents began to prepare for the night and prepare for Christmas Day. The mum helped the dad get into a Santa costume. They made sure the stockings had all the presents in them that Santa was going to give to the children. They knew that the children were going to try and spy Santa visiting and delivering the presents. The children would often talk to each other, having secret conversations, completely unaware that they could be overheard by their parents. And then the mum went upstairs to the bedroom and the dad sat reading in the kitchen, just waiting for the children to awaken. And then after a little while, the dad heard the children coming back downstairs again. He turned off the kitchen light, picked up the stockings, stood up and waited out of view. He could hear the children come into the lounge. He could hear them scurrying behind the sofa. He knew that his wife would have noticed them leave their room upstairs, and he just had to wait for her cue. And so he waited and waited, and after a few moments, he could hear the sound of sleigh bells, sounds of hooves, as if there were noises on the roof, which actually was the mum playing some noises on the stereo in the bedroom. And then after a little while, the noises stop, and the father dashes in to the living room, just in time for those children to poke their heads out and see him hanging up the stockings and drinking the milk, eating the mince pie. And then he starts turning towards the sofa and sees their heads pop behind the sofa. And as soon as their heads have popped behind the sofa, he dashes out of the living room, back into the kitchen, and hides again. Until he hears the children come out from behind the sofa, explore the living room, notice the milk and the mince pie have gone, and then he hears them heading up to bed again. And after they've headed up to bed, he starts changing out of that Santa costume to go to bed himself. And after he's changed out of the Santa costume, he heads up to bed. His wife asks how it went. He explains that it went perfectly, that the children seemed to be convinced they'd just seen Santa place the stockings in the living room. And then they drifted and floated relaxed asleep. And the next morning the children were up really early, coming in their parents' bedroom, awakening their parents. And then they all headed downstairs. The parents made breakfast for the children, and all sitting around in dressing gowns, making the living room cosy, comfortable, giving a real nice atmosphere to the living room. They sat down on the floor, and they passed around the presents, and the children were excited to see their siblings opening the presents, were excited to see their parents opening presents, and the parents were excited to see the children opening presents. And the children took the presents out of the stockings and they spent the morning playing with presents. As the parents began to prepare for a Christmas dinner. And the Christmas dinner wasn't for many hours yet, but there was a lot of preparation required. So while the children enjoyed playing with each other, the parents got on with preparing food, making the dining room look nice, ready for having a family Christmas meal later in the afternoon. And the children turned the TV on and they watched Christmas morning films, cartoons. And the parents discussed what it was like when they were young. That enjoyment of being able to just wake up on Christmas morning, play with your toys, watch some telly, and just have such a relaxing time of it, spending time playing with your parents, other relatives. And if the weather's suitable, going for a nice walk in the afternoon. And they discussed how as parents, once you're an adult, things change a little. Suddenly you spend Christmas working, preparing food, having to wash up after the meal, just looking forward to an opportunity to have a nap, and that you still might enjoy Christmas Day. But what you do during Christmas Day is different to when you were younger. And after midday, family members started arriving. Some uncles and aunts and cousins. Grandparents. And they all hugged the children, hugged each other, seemed so pleased to see each other. They engaged in playing with the children, and then mid-afternoon, the parents had prepared the food, laid the table, placed all the food on the table, and called everyone through for Christmas dinner. And they always had Christmas dinner late afternoon. And during Christmas dinner, they enjoyed the meal, they enjoyed good conversation with each other, the smells of the food. They enjoyed the pudding. They always felt that they'd probably overindulged during Christmas meals. They talked and caught up about how life has been going, what's been happening since they last saw each other. And then after the main meal and just before dessert, they all picked up a cracker each, reached across each other, and all simultaneously around the table pulled the crackers, took out a little gift from the cracker, took out the foil crown, placed that on their heads, and took out the joke. And they could smell across the table the smell from each of the pulled crackers. And they took it in turns to read out the joke to each other, and each joke was a really cheesy joke. And they laughed or groaned as each person told their joke. And then dessert was brought out, and they enjoyed the dessert. And after dessert, the parents and a couple of the other adults did the washing up, tidying up, drying up, just chatting and enjoying conversation while they did so. While a couple of the other adults spent time with the children, or just sat watching the TV, letting their food go down. And after everything was cleared up, they all had a round of drinks before dressing for the cold weather, and outside was cold and crisp with the most beautiful layer of snow. And near their house, down a footpath, was some woodland and a lake. And so all together they left the house late afternoon to go for a late afternoon walk after all the food they'd eaten. And they could feel that fresh, crisp air on their cheeks. They could notice their breath as they breathed out. They walked down the footpath, headed down into the woodland, crunching on the ground as they went, walking through that snow, being aware of how incredibly still and silent everything seemed. As they headed into the woodland, they could hear just the faintest sound of the breeze blowing through the trees, noticing the occasional dusting of snow fall from the trees as the wind moved some of the branches and leaves. Before arriving at the lake, and the children walked close to the lake edge. It was a really shallow lake that had really shallow sides, and so near the sides was a layer of ice. And the children enjoyed going over to that edge of the lake, just resting their feet gently on the ice, to the point where they could hear that stretching and then cracking sound of the ice under their feet, and watch the bubbles of air trapped just beneath that ice, moving as the ice flexes, and then watching that ice sink beneath the surface before bouncing up and then floating away from the side and out towards the centre of the lake. And there were some benches by the lake, and so they all went and sat by the benches, and the children started making snowballs and throwing snowballs at each other, and the parents were listening to the sound of laughter playing. And then a couple of the adults started building snow people, rolling snow around the ground, creating large snowball, and then creating a smaller snowball and placing it on top. And another couple of the adults decided to build their snow person differently, gathering up that snow, just pushing it all into a pile, making that pile higher and higher, patting around the sides, rubbing down the sides, and then making a snowball for the head, and then finding some sticks, some stones, to do the arms, the nose, the eyes, the mouth, and they tried to get the kids involved in doing the same. But the kids were busy, running around, throwing snowballs at each other, and then shortly before they were going to leave the lake, the kids started throwing snowballs towards the snow people, trying to see who could knock the head off a snow person first. And so the adults then joined in with this. And they just played and had fun. And then one of the kids lay down on their back in the snow, made a snow angel in the snow. And as the sun began to set, early in this evening, so they all headed back home, and everyone said it was time for them to head to their own homes. And so everyone left, went back to their own homes, leaving just the parents and the children. And the parents were exhausted and wanted to just sit in front of the TV, relaxing during the evening, having a bit of a rest before having something to eat in the evening. And the children carried on playing with their toys while the TV was on in the background. And then the children, feeling tired, went off to bed. Not that long after eating their evening meal. And the parents, relaxed, snuggled up on the sofa, and watched a romantic Christmas film, having some time together alone for a while, thinking about how the day has gone, how well it's gone with everyone getting on with each other, the children seeming to enjoy the day, the children being pleased with themselves for noticing Santa delivering the presents the night before. And after the film, the parents went up to bed, and very quickly and easily they drifted and floated comfortably, relaxed, asleep. And this story is about a mouse called Klaus, and this mouse called Klaus is scurrying around one Christmas Eve. And this mouse scurries around pretty much every single night. And this Christmas Eve, this mouse scurries around and notices that there's a saucer with some food on it. And the mouse thinks that this is unusual, because normally there's no food left out, and Klaus has to go exploring to try and find the food. And so Klaus goes over to that food, takes some of that food, holds it in his front paws, and nibbles away at that food, and then sees that there's a glass of milk, and so drinks some of that milk, feeling that that helps the food go down. And on this Christmas Eve, everyone in this house has already gone to bed, the lights are all out. And Klaus goes over and turns on the Christmas lights. He stands on the switch, and the Christmas lights come on the tree. And Klaus steps back, looking up at that Christmas tree, almost mesmerised by those lights as they twinkle on that green tree. And Klaus can smell the smell of that tree, that pine smell. And a fake fire has been left on in the living room that looks almost like real flames. It gives off warmth, but in reality it's just an image on a screen. And Klaus quite likes these nights where he has free rein of a house. He comes out from his home, he wanders around, he plays with things, he gets some food, he enjoys his night before the people in this home wake up in the morning. And Klaus can hear some bell sounds in the background and climbs up onto the windowsill, puts his paws up on the window, puts his nose to the window and looks outside. And you can see the street lights outside, snow outside. You can notice how calm and quiet everything looks outside. And then he hears a thud, and following the thud he notices some sparkling and twinkling lights appearing in mid-air, and then what looks almost like a swirl of smoke. And suddenly Santa appears there. And Klaus assumed, like the people in this house assumed, that Santa isn't real. That all the presents under the tree are placed there by the parents, and some of the presents are placed by the kids, but none of the presents are placed by Santa. And yet here is this man in red suddenly appearing in this room with a sack on his back. And he takes that sack off his back, plops it down beside him. He takes some presents out, places them under the tree. He has a sip of the milk, eats some of the food, and picks the sack up again. And as that smoky effect begins again, and the sparkling lights begin again, Klaus bounds across the room and jumps up and grabs the sack. The next minute Klaus finds himself on the roof, clinging onto the sack as the sack is placed among other sacks in the back of a sleigh. And Klaus thinks to himself that this sleigh seems unusual, that the space behind Santa is actually only a reasonably small space, And yet these sacks that are placed into this space actually end up in a vast, cavernous space. And Santa then can be heard to encourage the reindeer to get moving, and then launches off that roof with incredible speed. And almost instantaneously is on another roof in another row of houses. And Klaus is curious how Santa delivers these presents. So he crawls up that sack as Santa's pulling it out of the back of the sleigh. He jumps down onto the sleigh itself, hides out of Santa's view, watches Santa get off that sleigh. And Santa's got a huge sack on his back. And then Klaus watches Santa run along to the first chimney. He touches that chimney, and in a puff of swirling smoke he disappears. And then almost instantaneously he's back again. And then he seems to free run across the rooftops, running along, touching the chimney as he zaps himself down into the building, and then appears back again, before bounding along the rooftops further, doing the same again and again at every single property, running with incredible speed, almost like a blur between points where he stops at the chimneys. And then with the last house in the street, when he reappears, almost like a blur, he flashes along the rooftops, back to the sleigh, drops the bag, drops the sack back in the back of the sleigh, before the sleigh launches and moves onto the next row of houses. And even at this speed, Klaus thinks there's no way that Santa can deliver to every single house in one night. And Klaus watches as Santa repeats this over and over again, property after property, rows of houses after rows of houses. And Klaus thinks to themselves that this is really taking a long time, even at this speed. That many hours have passed, and Santa hasn't even left this country yet. Then after many hours, Santa's sleigh and the reindeer rise up higher in the air, and then accelerate rapidly, arriving in another country just in moments. And Klaus hung on expecting to be thrown off with that acceleration, and yet felt nothing, almost like they may as well have just been stationary. And so in the new country, Klaus gazed over the side as the sleigh landed on the first roof, and could see there were still some people milling around, that over here some people in this location hadn't yet gone into their homes. But Klaus then, on first glance, didn't notice, but on second glance, realised that nobody seems to be moving. And Klaus watched very closely. And there was someone walking down the street, carrying a warm drink. And there was steam rising up from that warm drink. And Klaus noticed that actually that steam is moving, and that the people are moving, but they're doing so incredibly slowly, that somehow time has been slowed down to almost a standstill. And Klaus realised how Santa manages to deliver everything in one night, that somehow Santa can slow time right down. And so although Santa's travelling incredibly fast as well, just travelling fast isn't enough to deliver to every single property. Time has to be slowed down as well. And for what to Klaus seemed like hours and hours and hours, was actually passing in a very short space of time. And Santa got to the end of his deliveries and then headed home, back towards the snowy poles. And back at home, that's when Santa noticed he'd got a stowaway in the sleigh. And he sat down and he looked over at Klaus. And Klaus nervously looked back, and Santa, in a deep voice, asked Klaus where he came from and what he's doing here, and explained he'll need to go home because here isn't necessarily suitable for a mouse. It's very cold. And Klaus was a curious mouse and explained that he was curious. He was interested by how much space there seemed to be in the sleigh. That there seems to be just the tiniest of spaces, big enough for a sack of presents for just a handful of houses. And yet, the space is cavernous when you enter it, almost like it's much bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. And there seems to be a mechanism that seems to make sure that the right sacks get in Santa's reach at the right times, so that Santa can just reach behind him, take the sack that he needs, and then go and do his deliveries, come back, and once the sack is empty, just drop that sack into the cavernous space, and the next sack in reach will be the right sack for the next deliveries. And Klaus was curious about this. How did it work? How did Santa design, or who designed, some kind of flying machine that's pulled by magical reindeer that has more space on the inside than the outside? And Santa explained that it's kind of an illusion, that in reality there's barely any space that's there. But Santa explained that the way the sleigh has been designed is that that space is actually a portal, that what you pass through and what Santa reaches into isn't reaching into the space behind Santa's seat. It's reaching through a portal into Santa's warehouse, and that all the presents get prepared, they all get put in their relevant locations in the warehouse, attached to the mechanisms that move each bag, one at a time as needed, up to the portal. And that the portal's just opened when Santa sets off, and one end of the portal is in the warehouse, the other end of the portal is on Santa's sleigh, and so he reaches through the portal and just takes the next bag. And Klaus was curious about why time seems to have ran so slowly, and Santa said that many centuries ago he arrived on Earth, and he noticed so much poverty, so many people struggling, and he tried to use his advanced technology to help people of Earth. But trying to help, looking like a very different being, just seemed to scare people. And he realised that people were less afraid of someone that looked like a friendly older man, and that with their technology they've been able to, as alien species, traverse the stars, because they're able to slow time right down, so that reality passes incredibly slowly. And they've got advanced technology so they can move pretty quickly. They can warp space and time as they move, so that technically the sleigh never moves anywhere. Space and time moves around the sleigh, and that's why there's no jolt of acceleration, and that by remaining in the suit that they're wearing, that's holographically made to look like Santa, with an advanced form of hologram that's tactile as well as visual, they age at this slow rate as well. So everything they do is at this slow rate all the time, and that the space between one Christmas and the next just seems to take so long, giving plenty of time to source all the presents, to wrap all the presents, and that there are many of these aliens here. They go and do all the deliveries, but there are others who work preparing and wrapping things, that actually Santa is just the delivery man, a bit like a typical post person that they've been interested in how different myths have built up about them around the world that often place them as being the one in charge, with all their helpers doing all the preparation, when the reality is that they're not the one in charge. Their job is the delivery person, and others' job is to prepare and source products. Others' job is to wrap products. Others' job is to make sure they're in the right sacks. Others' job is to make sure those sacks are in the right place. So everyone has a job. And as time is slowed down, even though they're able to move as if they're moving in real time and everything else is slow, they can move really fast, but internally they're no different to the rest of the time, that they age incredibly slowly, matching the world around them that's created by their technology. And Klaus finds this incredibly fascinating and wants to go and explore, wants to check out the different warehouses, check out the process of how it's all done. And Santa explained that their role is to try to bring happiness and joy to people, that they can't just reveal themselves and say we're an alien race with advanced technology, because humanity hasn't quite reached that point yet, that some would love aliens to reveal themselves, but their technology is too advanced to be able to be understood and handled by all these people, that they're able to use their technology to communicate with different animals on different planets, whether it's humans or mice or any other kind of animal, and that they've got this technology for creating portals, for creating warp drives, but they couldn't just give this technology away because it would be too advanced to be received. But once humanity on this planet have caught up and are approaching the level of technology where the leap wouldn't be so great, then they can reveal themselves and see how they can help humanity. But in the meantime, they just do their bit to try to help humanity to feel good, to appreciate each other, to continue on this growth they've been doing for the last few thousand years. They explained how they've seen humanity go from enjoying barbaric practices, not really recognizing that people have feelings, not really treating humans as human. And gradually this has improved, and people have recognized that if something feels bad to them, it probably feels bad to others. And now they're at the point where humanity has pretty much stopped keeping people as property, pretty much stopped wanting to go and enjoy public displays of harm to others, and starting to focus on their role within the wider world and how to treat all things with respect and kindness, and yet there's still some way to go, but they're well on their way. And Santa said they just need a bit of extra encouragement, some feel-good things, not expensive gifts, but gifts that just make them feel special, make them feel like those around them understand them. So where they can, they give these gifts. And Santa said that he's going to get Klaus back home. And Klaus thought he was going to get another ride on a sleigh with those reindeer. But Santa said there's no need. We can create portals to anywhere. And he creates a portal to the living room that Klaus came from. Klaus walks through that portal saying goodbye to Santa. Walks out into that living room. Turns off those Christmas lights. And thinks to himself that no one would believe him if he tried to tell anyone the story of his experience. He goes back into his home and settles down for the night. And on waking on Christmas morning, he finds a little stocking at the end of his bed with a small lump of cheese and a note from Santa saying, "A gift from me to you. Merry Christmas." And the mouse looks out of his home, out into that room, and sees a family sitting around excitedly opening their presents, thanking each other, enjoying each other's company. And he begins to understand what Santa is trying to do. And that night, feeling good and relaxed, the mouse drifts and floats asleep. And this is a story about Leslie. And every year, as Christmas approaches, Leslie feels more lonely than usual. Leslie finds that this time of year, that it seems to really highlight how alone they are. They walk around and they see couples hand in hand walking down the street. They look into restaurants. They see couples laughing with each other in restaurants and cafes. They see friends meeting up in cafes, laughing, having a good time. They see all these people wearing Christmas jumpers and laughing and starting conversations about the different jumpers they're wearing. They see people being invited to work Christmas dues, and everyone seems to be getting on so well, laughing with each other, enjoying the Christmas do. And yet they find that they're always alone. that when they go to a work Christmas do, they feel so anxious, so nervous about blending in, about engaging in conversation, that they sit in a corner, have their hands around a drink, and just stare at that drink, trying not to make eye contact, trying not to draw any attention to themselves. And they desperately wish that they could form some friendships. They're not specifically after having a romantic relationship, but would just like some people in their life and to feel comfortable meeting up with those people, spending time with those people. But they have never seen themselves really as someone able to go out with a group of friends. They're not really confident using social media or making small talk. And they find that people they know in work want to talk about things that they've got no interest in, and definitely don't want to talk about things that they are interested in. So when it reaches this time of year, when everyone seems to be coming together, they really feel that it emphasizes how alone they actually are. That every day after work, they go home and sit alone. And on days off, they spend them alone. And they smile and they say good morning, good afternoon. They try their best to make polite conversation in work. But they never really feel that they master being able to turn that polite conversation into any kind of meaningful relationship. And as Leslie is walking around, admiring how beautiful the town she lives in looks at this time of year, with Christmas music playing from shops, the smells from Christmas market, the crispness to the air, the crunchiness of snow. And as evening draws in, the way that the lights twinkle and sparkle with decorations, crossing the street, a Christmas tree, lit up, people walking around, smiling, people being more polite and friendly, and yet they're walking around feeling alone. And they decide to go into a coffee shop. And they sit down in that coffee shop. They get themselves a Christmas hot chocolate. And they're not really into Christmas from a religious perspective, but they do like things like Christmas hot chocolates, mince pies, food and drink they don't really get or have access to the rest of the year. They like the way that everything's made to look so friendly and light and jolly, especially at a time of year when before Christmas lights switch on, it can begin to get dark so early in the evenings. It can often be dreary and grey. And then in the middle of winter, in the middle of this dreary and grey period of time, as far as they see it, there's these couple of months of colourful lights, smiling people, and just a general jolliness. And so they sit with a hot chocolate, a Christmas-themed hot chocolate, in the cafe. They sit on their own, at the table. They take out a book. They put some headphones in their ears. And they just sit there reading that book, listening to music, and drinking that hot chocolate, ignoring the world around them, absorbed in their own world. And while they're absorbed in their own world, they don't notice how much the coffee shop is filling up. And as that coffee shop is filling up, so eventually someone ends up sitting down next to them because it's the only spare space. And they initially just ignore that person. They carry on reading, listening to the music, and drinking that hot chocolate. But then they notice that person seems to be trying to get their attention. And so they take one of the headphones out their ears. And the person starts talking to them about the book, excitedly saying it's one of their favourite books, and that they've never really seen someone else who reads it. And so Leslie strikes up this conversation back, engaging in a conversation about the book, suddenly feeling a warmth inside that isn't from the hot chocolate, feeling a connection to someone. And because this person struck up the conversation with them, rather than them trying to strike up a conversation with someone else, they didn't have that nervousness, that panicky feeling that they normally get when they think, let's try and strike up a conversation with someone. And as Leslie has nearly finished their hot chocolate, this person asks, do you want another? I'll buy it. And out of politeness, they say yes. And that person goes and gets them a hot chocolate. And they carry on talking, initially about the book, and then realise they have other things in common. And Leslie gets so engrossed in this conversation that they begin to feel some kind of a connection for the first time in a long time. They begin to experience having a relationship with someone, having a friendship with someone. And after they've finished their drinks, this person asks, did they want to just go outside, get some fresh air, take a walk down to the local gardens? And so together they walk through the street in this town. They head down to the local gardens. They find a bench in the local gardens. They sit and talk. They listen to the sounds of birds. They engage in conversation. And Leslie realises that they really like this person. And they start to feel a bit nervous about whether or not to ask for their number. But then the person seems to have somehow picked up on this and says, "I'll give you my number. If you ever want to meet up and just have a chat, maybe go for a walk, enjoy the countryside." All things Leslie knew that they liked. And so they went home after this meeting with this person. And this was the first time in a very long time that they'd actually met somebody who they felt was on the same wavelength as them, who they felt that they could relate to. And at this time of year, when normally everything around them feels good, but at the same time usually gives them a bit of a bitter taste in their mouth, as they become aware of what they're missing. For the first time they feel like they've got a connection with someone else, and that they can build on that connection, spend time with that person, do things together, enjoying their company. That for the first time in a long time, they feel that they can give and receive attention with someone. And that night they go to bed with a feeling of happiness, of hope. And the next day, they agree to meet up with that person again, to continue their conversations that they were having. And they find that they really hit it off as friends. And as they walk around the park again for a second day, and sit on a bench in that park, just chatting and chatting, Leslie begins to feel more confident and comfortable with engaging in conversation, and finds that their social anxiety isn't so bad. And the two of them spend time walking by the stream, in this garden, in the park, listening to the babbling water, hearing birds in the trees, talking, sharing their interests. And Leslie feels that they've found a friend for life, even though it's only been a couple of days. It's the first time they've really found this kind of connection. And as Christmas nears, Leslie's been spending a lot of time with this person, and this person has been wanting to also spend that time with them. And they've been round to Leslie's house and had a cup of tea at Leslie's and chatted and looked at Leslie's books. And now Leslie has gone around to their house, and they're making a meal for themselves, for Leslie, and for a couple of their friends that they feel Leslie would like, that all think on the same kind of wavelength and share similar interests. And Leslie's a bit nervous about meeting these other new people. But there's something so kind and supportive about this new friend. that makes them feel that they'll hopefully be perfectly fine. And so they have a slight bit of nervousness there when they turn up at the house. But when they're greeted at the door by the soppiest, most loving cat that just wants to climb on their lap and be stroked, and then just sits there purring, relaxing, they instantly find that stroking that cat helps them to relax deeper in the situation. And then as the person's friends arrive, and this person introduces Leslie and introduces the friends to Leslie, the way they do so just makes them feel so valued and helps them to feel like each relationship gets off to a good start. And for the first time in years and years, they find themselves enjoying a social occasion with about half a dozen other people, where these people start conversation and then are willing to be quiet and appear deeply interested and ask questions, to follow up and show engagement and interest in what Leslie has to say, helping Leslie to feel valued. And the conversations are all around topics that Leslie finds interesting. They're not around topics that Leslie just wants to escape from. And these people are able to hold conversations in a way that engages Leslie and gets Leslie to be thinking and considering answers and really deeply thinking about the topics, rather than just shallow conversation. And Leslie leaves the evening meal feeling like they'd gained something from that meal, like they'd gained more knowledge and also more curiosity around certain questions, which they can explore. And they really wanted to meet up with these people again, to continue these kinds of conversations. And back at home, Leslie began to contemplate and wonder about their experiences over the last couple of months, about what it was that was different with forming these friendships compared to failing to form any significant friendships in the past. And they thought about the way that these friendships had arisen, that some of the bits that caused them the most anxiety, like trying to socialize, trying to start conversations, trying to remain in conversations that they have no interest in or no knowledge of. None of this was present here. The other person struck up the first conversation with them, and it was about a topic they're interested in. And although they were nervous at first and weren't particularly talkative. The way the person had just been calm, quiet, listening, prompting, putting the focus on how they wanted to hear what Leslie had to say, and that they were deeply interested in what Leslie had to say. All somehow seemed to help, and then meeting the new friends. They weren't the one that walked in to a party full of people they didn't know. They arrived and met with the one person they did know, and were engaging with that person as gradually, one by one, the others turned up. And as the others turned up, Leslie was introduced in a way that made them feel special, made them feel like others would know them just from the introduction. And they thought about how all of this helped to keep their anxiety levels low. And then once they're in the middle of focusing externally, focusing on what others are saying, with deep interest, they didn't have time to be focusing on worrying, because when they were focusing internally, it was to consider the points that had just been raised. It was to consider new ideas, new learnings, new perspectives around the topics they were talking about. It wasn't to go inside their mind and worry about how they're coming across, or have some other kind of worry. And they didn't do this on purpose. Something about the situation, the level of engagement, the talking about topics they're deeply interested in, made it so that they just happened to do this naturally, instinctively, finding that something about finding the right group of friends really helped them to reduce stress, reduce anxiety, reduce worry. And they knew that they're still not yet in a place where they could just walk into somewhere and try and strike up a conversation and build friendships. They're not in a place where they're comfortable engaging in conversations with work colleagues, or being the centre of attention. But they are more comfortable with engaging in conversations with this new circle of friends. And as they think about how this will make the future go different, they go to bed and relax down, feeling these pleasant thoughts and ideas, and they drift and float comfortably and relaxed, asleep. Now, most of the year, Santa drops into a hibernation. And then on about the 22nd of December, he comes out of hibernation and starts to prepare for Christmas. And you may be thinking that that's a bit late for him to prepare for Christmas, but Santa has a few tricks up his sleeve. See, Santa is really a man who 300 years ago developed the ability to control time. And what he found was that he could pause time, he could speed time up, he could slow time down. So when he enters hibernation, he goes into a kind of stasis where he doesn't age. He then comes out of hibernation a few days before Christmas, does what he's got to do, and then on Boxing Day he goes back to bed again, re-enters hibernation, and drifts off to sleep for almost an entire year. And so when Santa exits hibernation, the elves have found the letters from children, from people all over the world, asking for what they want. And the elves have been gathering all of the presents over the month before Christmas. And some people get their lists in late. So the elves work right up to the last minute to gather presents. And all Santa has to do is review the list of presents and check that everything has been bought that's required. So he goes through the entire list, and to be able to have enough time to leisurely do that, he pauses time. He has a room on the North Pole where he can pause time and take all the time he needs to read the list. And so with time paused, he reads that list, checks that all the items are purchased, and starts loading them onto his sleigh. And every couple of years, Santa has to rebuild a whole new sleigh to accommodate the increase in people he has to deliver to. And his sleigh is much like the TARDIS, in that it looks a normal size, yet inside the storage compartment it's huge. And that's an advantage of Santa mastering space and time, that he's been able to use alternative dimensions to make normal space larger than it really is. And then once his sleigh is loaded, his sleigh has another secret. His sleigh can totally stop time while still being able to physically travel itself. So as soon as the time comes, and the clock in Santa's office strikes time, Santa starts delivering his presents. He freezes real-world time and takes all the time he needs to deliver presents from the top of the earth down to the bottom of the earth within that one time zone. And then when he reaches the North Pole again, he starts time, does his checks, makes sure that all presents were delivered, makes sure that everything's ready for his next run through. And then an hour later, he freezes time again. And again he travels down from the North Pole, all the way around the earth, from top to bottom and back up again, within the next time zone. Delivering all the presents that he needs to. And then when he reaches the North Pole again, he unfreezes time, goes through his checks, makes sure he's definitely delivered everything he's supposed to, checks what he's got to deliver on his next round, makes sure that they're all the things that are on top. And then on the next hour, he freezes time again and delivers all the presents again, from the North Pole, all the way round the earth, from the top down to the bottom, within that time zone, and then all the way back up the other side, back to the North Pole again. And Santa does this all night long, making multiple journeys, delivering presents to everyone that needs presents around the earth. And just to deliver these presents in this way takes Santa the equivalent of 6 months worth of hours of working. Because although it seems instant to the people he delivers to, Santa he has to travel in his sleigh. He has to arrive at every single house, every single flat. He has to find his way in. He has to place the correct presents. He stops for food breaks from time to time, mainly eating mince pies and having some drink of milk. He never touches brandy when that's left out, because he won't drink and drive. He has to then get out of that person's house, get back to his sleigh, move on to the next person's house. And he has to do that across the entire world. And although he's got a grasp of time and space, to Santa it still takes him about 6 months, even though in real world time only one night passes around the world. And so by the time Christmas Day is over, Santa's exhausted and looking forward to his hibernation. And just before Christmas Day is over, he pauses time, he does one last check, checking he's definitely delivered everything he should, checking in with the elves, making sure that they're okay and they're aware what they need to do across the next year. And checking a few other bits and pieces, odd jobs, tasks that just need to be done, even by Santa. Before then going and drifting back into a hibernation. And then while Santa is in hibernation, the elves take care of his place. They keep it clean and tidy. And as the next Christmas approaches, they get all the lists, they go to the shops, they make all the relevant purchases. And you may wonder how Santa can afford to buy everyone in the entire world gifts every year. The advantage of mastering space and time is that Santa was able to invest well hundreds of years ago. And money he invested then increases year on year. And when you're over 300 years old, even what seemed like small amounts of money can turn into huge amounts of money. And the elves have the ability that they can take on human form, or at least as far as humans see it. So they're able to travel the world, gathering up presents through the year, ready for when their boss comes out of hibernation next. And while Santa drifts into hibernation, it's a bit like falling asleep, and Santa drifts off to sleep, and while he sleeps he dreams. And his body rests and recuperates. And as his body rests and recuperates and he sleeps and dreams, he starts to drift off and wonder about lives he's led, about what he used to do hundreds of years ago, about what he gave up when he decided to take on this role of Santa. Before being Santa, he was just an ordinary inventor, kept himself to himself, just inventing things that interested him. But once he invented a way to control space and time, he knew that he had to be careful not to affect the lives of others, not to mess with the continuum. That if he started using it to change things, there could be unforeseen circumstances. And that even when you try and change time for the better, normally something doesn't work out so good for someone. And each time you try to correct something, because of the butterfly effect, the outcome you get is always unpredictable, the further away from that point you get. So he wanted to make people feel good. He wanted to help. He didn't want his technology, his invention to end up in the wrong hands. So he moved away. He paused time, giving himself plenty of time to get to the North Pole. Giving himself plenty of time to build at the North Pole. And he decided that he would use his technology to benefit people, to give people things that they want, things that will make their lives better, things that will make people smile. And while Santa sleeps, he regenerates and de-ages. Because Santa sleeps in a time capsule that to anyone else would just look like a normal bed. But while he's asleep in this normal bed, in his hibernation, it stimulates his cells to rejuvenate, to heal themselves, undoing all the damage that perhaps has been done through his time outside of hibernation. And this has helped him to maintain his appearance, to maintain the same age that he was when he developed his invention. And he doesn't want this getting in the wrong hands either. He's aware over the 300 years how population has expanded and grown without an invention that can significantly prolong life, like his. He's aware what would happen to the population if his invention got out and everyone was using it. And every Christmas, Santa awakens from his hibernation for just a few days to bring joy to the people of the world, to bring something good, have something that brings people together, makes people smile, makes people unite. Makes people feel valued. Makes people feel like at least someone is thinking of them. And Santa likes to think that he spreads his presence in the present with his presence. And as Santa freezes time, there are times people have caught a glimpse of him, but they don't really notice. They have almost like a subliminal memory that they saw him. Almost like they saw him out the corner of their eye. If there's a child in a room and Santa appears, it's a bit like Santa being on a single frame on an entire movie. And as the movie plays, you may think you saw something just flash on the screen for a moment, but it's so brief you can't be certain, and you never get a chance to see it again. And so Santa being present in someone's house, walking around, people frozen still, taking his time in the house to place the presents correctly, to hang stockings. People have almost like a subliminal scene in their mind where Santa is almost just like a fuzzy image, almost like a red blur, like a long exposure light image, where Santa is in all the places that he was, all within that moment. And with all that hard work, Santa enjoys his sleep. Finds it really easy after all that hard work to drift off to sleep, to hibernate, only coming out at Christmas, to transform lives. And as Santa drifts into hibernation, relaxes, so you can fall asleep and sleep soundly and comfortably and relax. And one Christmas, Santa was working hard, as he had been all year round, making the toys for the children. And toys have become more complex nowadays. Just 150 years ago or so, all the toys that the elves and that Santa had to make were made of wood, and were simple toys. Now the toys are made of metals and other compounds, and they're complicated toys. And there's also more people. So Santa's workload has significantly increased, and he struggles to get all the work done in time. Not only does he have to get all this extra work done in time, but overnight on Christmas, he has to deliver billions more presents than he ever used to have to deliver. And he can only go so fast. And he has to find new ways into houses, because many of the houses no longer have chimneys. So he can no longer just land on a roof, pop down the chimney, leave a few presents, eat a mince pie, drink a bit of milk and pop back up the chimney again. Now he has to find creative ways in, to houses and to flats. And luckily for Santa, he has a helpful elf. An elf who's intelligent, who finds shortcuts, who finds ways of doing things that others don't think of. This elf seems to be able to think outside of the box, seems to be able to find ways of solving problems that others just don't think of. And Santa has a problem with trying to fit everything on his sleigh. His sleigh starts off very packed as he starts his journey. Then as he travels around the world, dropping off presents, his sleigh becomes emptier and emptier. But it's very difficult to do the beginning of the journey when the sleigh is so full. And so Santa turns to the helpful elf to try to find a solution. And the helpful elf has been working on a solution for the whole year, while all the other elves have been working on the presents that Santa is going to have to deliver. The helpful elf has been working on something else. And now, on Christmas Eve, the helpful elf reveals what he's been working on. The helpful elf has made millions of drones. And each drone can carry a small bundle of presents. And so each drone gets loaded up with a bundle of presents, while Santa's sleigh gets loaded up with the majority of the presents. But the presents that each drone is loaded up with is just enough to mean that Santa can deliver everything on time. And this invention that the elf has designed has the drone able to arrive at houses, navigate its way in, drop off the presents by the tree, and navigate its way out again. It's totally automated. And so requires no additional attention. And yet it allows Santa to make all the other deliveries on time. And the helpful elf has had to program in each and every address for each and every drone. And when it's about to be midnight in the first location in the world, Santa takes off in his sleigh, and all the drones lift up and take off. Santa's so quick he vanishes almost in an instant as he starts delivering to the first addresses. And the nearby addresses, the first drones shoot off and start making their deliveries. And the other drones start their journey, so that as midnight approaches around the world, the drones arrive and start delivering their presents. And at the end of the Christmas night, when all the presents are delivered, Santa and the drones end up back at the North Pole. And Santa thanks the helpful elf for his work for his ingenuity, for his invention, which saves Christmas. And Santa wonders what people are missing as they grow up and start to forget about the wonder of Christmas, as they grow up and stop believing. Because he doesn't deliver to non-believers, only to those that believe. And although he tries to deliver to those that believe while they're asleep, sometimes one or two of the people will be awake and will try to catch Santa out and try to see Santa. And he wonders what it must be like for those who try to catch him out if a drone arrives instead of Santa. Whether they'll judge him as perhaps not caring as much as he used to, because he wasn't the one delivering their presents. And then as Christmas comes to an end, the helpful elf and all the other elves go back to their beds to settle down for a long sleep. And Santa, now exhausted, goes back to Mrs. Claus, where they too settle down for a long sleep. As you too can settle down for a long and comfortable sleep. Now the kitten had never experienced Christmas before. The kitten was only young. And as Christmas approached, so the kitten would spend its time with the humans, and the humans would be sat on the floor, wrapping presents in paper, then getting some ribbon and wrapping ribbon around the presents. And the kitten just wanted to play with that ribbon. And occasionally, while playing with the ribbon, the kitten would accidentally scratch the paper wrapped around the present. And then the human would snap at them as if they've done something wrong because they couldn't understand. And the human would then wrap that present again with more paper, more ribbon. And again that kitten would get excited and want to play with that roll of paper that when they slide on the paper and bash against it, it rolls and makes more paper. And they'd run around and keep bashing against that roll and then get told off for scratching the paper. And so the kitten, upset with always being told off, tucked itself away in its cat bed and didn't want to play, didn't want to spend time with the human because it didn't want to keep getting told off. And then on Christmas Day, that kitten was wandering around in the living room and could see the humans with their presents, and the kitten tried to keep away from them, worried that it would do something wrong, worried that it would upset them, and it wouldn't even notice what it was that it was doing wrong. And then as the humans unwrapped these presents, the kitten was wondering why they'd gone to so much effort to wrap the presents if they're just going to rip that paper off of the presents. And the humans saw the kitten, and so they threw some of that wrapping paper towards the kitten, with smiles in their faces. And the kitten backed away. And so the humans threw a bit more wrapping paper towards that kitten. And some of the ribbons. And the kitten was worried and didn't want to go near it, in case it did something wrong. But the humans had smiles on their faces, and were saying something while looking at the wrapping paper and the ribbon, and then at the kitten, and then the wrapping paper and the ribbon. And so eventually the kitten slowly, carefully, reached out with a paw to grab some of the ribbon. And the human then played with that ribbon with the kitten, and the kitten chased that ribbon, grabbed at that ribbon, got it in its claws, and then kicked at it with its rear legs, and then dived into the wrapping paper, pushing through that wrapping paper, catching the balls of wrapping paper, kicking them around. And then could see a box on its side, and the kitten ran and jumped to the box, flipping the box onto its back. As that box slid along the ground with the kitten inside it. And the kitten was feeling more relaxed and comfortable now, being allowed to play with the wrapping paper, with the ribbon, with the boxes, with the humans encouraging it to play. And it felt a bit conflicted, like why was this wrong the other day and allowed and right today? And the kitten couldn't understand at this point the difference in context, what was different about each situation. The kitten would learn that one day, but for today the kitten was busy playing. And then one of the humans placed what looked like a small present on the floor in front of the kitten, and the kitten smelt that, and could smell something funny inside it, something compelling. And so the kitten bit at that wrapping paper and scratched at that wrapping paper, and found what was like a material fish in that wrapping paper. And the smell of this fish was somehow making the kitten more excitable. And so the kitten played with that fish, grabbed at it, kicked at it, knocked it away, and then chased it around. And after many hours of playing, the kitten felt tired and decided to go to its bed, where it curled around, relaxed down, and drifted comfortably asleep. And as the kitten drifted comfortably, relaxed asleep, so that kitten began to dream. And it began to dream that it was walking along through a corridor, a little bit like a corridor in its home. It was walking along through that corridor, and at the end of the corridor is a mirror, and that kitten walked all the way to the mirror. And at the mirror, that kitten could begin to see itself walking towards itself. And when it reached the mirror, it noticed the most unusual thing, that its reflection in the mirror looked just like a lion, many, many times larger than the kitten is. And the kitten stepped into that mirror, and as it did, it was almost as if the lion was stepping out of the mirror. And as it did, what it was seeing through the mirror began to change. The kitten began to feel really warm. And once it had stepped through the mirror, it turned around. And back through the mirror, it could see what looked like itself, the other side of the mirror. And then it turned away from the mirror and looked around itself and realized it was in a large, open area, like a savanna. And that kitten walked down to a small lake in this savanna and noticed that lake was so still and calm. And as it reached that lake, so it looked down at itself in the lake and realized it looked like a lion. And the kitten could feel that strength, could feel the size that it was now. And so seeing itself as a lion in that lake wasn't a surprise, but confirmation of its experience. And that kitten spent some time exploring what it was like to be a lion, roaming around on a savanna, before resting up with the rest of its pride and drifting and floating asleep. And as that kitten, as that lion drifted and floated asleep, so it found its mind wandering even deeper into this dream experience. It was back as a kitten again, only this time it was walking through some snow, and the kitten only knew what snow was because it could see it outside the window at home. It had never actually been out in it, and now it had been, it felt so cold. And as that kitten walked along, so it bumped into an elf wearing a green outfit and a green hat with red trim to that hat and red boots. And the elf spoke with the kitten, and the kitten understood the elf, and the elf seemed to understand that kitten. And the elf explained that there's someone who wants to see them. So they followed that elf, walking through the snow, until they arrived at what looked like a small little property, nothing more than a shack. They walked into that shack to discover it as being a vast warehouse just underneath the surface. And in the office, they met Santa Claus, and Santa Claus explained why it was that people were snapping at the kitten, and why it was people weren't snapping at the kitten on Christmas Day. And Santa explained that his job is to bring happiness, to deliver gifts to people all over the world. And that gifts get delivered to pets and animals as well as people. And that even animals in woodland, even animals on the savannah, receive gifts. But not everyone wants a brand new bike. Some gifts might be as simple as an item of food or a drink of water. And that it's not about the most expensive gift. It's about the right gift for that person or that animal. And Santa explains that the gift for the kitten was the wrapping paper and the ribbon, that it was bringing that joy on Christmas Day. And the kitten is intrigued by all this, is in awe at meeting Santa Claus. And so, after their experience meeting Santa, they continue to drift deeper and more relaxed to sleep. And the next day they wake up, they see the humans cleaning up. They see the humans, they feel that the house is beginning to look a bit bare, with no presents under a tree anymore. But these humans pay far more attention to the kitten now than they did on Christmas Day, because they don't seem to be so distracted by all those material objects, by the gifts they were receiving. Instead, they're more focused on experiences they're sharing than on presents. And they sit on the floor and play with the kitten, and they stroke its back and get relaxed by its purr, while it relaxes with its back being stroked. And the kitten feels so fortunate to be able to have these humans in its life, that it can help to be happy, and they help that kitten to be happy. And every day, that kitten spends time relaxing and then playing with the humans, and then going and drifting and floating and relaxing asleep. sleeping relaxed and soundly all night long. And there was a snowman, a young boy, had spent hours in his back garden, initially rolling a small snowball around the garden, and then after a little while the snowball was large enough for him to roll it around with 2 hands. And his hands were freezing cold, and the snow was sticking in clumps to his gloves, and it was making his hands go numb. But he was enjoying rolling that snowball around his garden. And the snowball started to get larger and larger, where he had to put a lot of effort into continuing to roll that snowball around the garden. And for some parts of the garden where the snowball was rolling, it was now picking up all the snow, exposing the green, flat grass underneath. And it was cold, and he could feel the cold on his cheeks, as his face was slightly numb. And that snowball was really solid, as he rolled it into position, ready to be the snowman's body. And he hit it with his hands, and he rubbed it with his gloves to try and smooth it down, to try and give it some snowman shape. You could hear the thud and the slap of his hands on that snow. And then he got another small handful of snow, and he started rolling that around in the garden. And he rolled that around until it was large enough to require 2 hands to roll around. Then he pushed it around in different directions to make the snow as round on that snowman's face as he could. And then once that snowball was about the size of a snowman's head, he picked it up and placed it on top of the larger snowball. He then, while he held it with one hand, reached down with the other hand and scraped snow up the lower snowball to the neck area and patted it around, and then got some extra snow from the ground and started patting that around the neck, patting it around, smoothing it out, connecting the large snowball to the smaller snowball. And he could feel the snow from time to time as occasionally the snow fell, and the snowflakes would tickle his nose. And sometimes the snow would be heavy, and other times just a little flutter. And there was that sound of the footsteps on the snow, and on the sloshy grass where the snow once was. And that stillness in the air, where everything just seems so quiet and so peaceful this time of year when it's been snowing. And the boy went and wandered around, trying to find some small stones that he could use for eyes. He had a little hunt around, and as he hunted around, he'd just feel tempted from time to time to put his hand down into untouched snow on top of the bin lid, on windowsills and ledges and tabletops, and over in the corner of his garden was an upturned bin lid that was full of water, and usually that upturned bin lid full of water was a bird bath. But because of it being so cold, water had frozen solid. And when he knocked that bird bath, he could see the water sloshing slightly underneath the surface ice. And so he got his hand and carefully applied pressure to the top of the ice. He could feel that smooth coldness under his fingertips as he stroked that ice and applied a bit more pressure. And he could hear the cracking beginning as the ice was starting to give. Before it suddenly broke under the weight of his hand, and his fingers got wet and soaked in the water, and his hand was freezing cold. But being a child out in the snow, he didn't mind. He enjoyed the snow and this season. It wasn't something he experienced very often. And he picked up some of the broken ice and just took a moment to enjoy handling that ice, the feeling of the ice, how incredibly smooth the ice is, how fresh the ice smells. And he found some small stones which he went and used his thumb to mark out holes for the eyes in the snowman, and placed the stones within the holes. Then he used his finger to draw a mouth on the snowman. And he then went looking to try and think, what could he find for the nose? And he hunted around, and he didn't have any carrots, which is what everyone seems to choose. So he hunted around to see what he could find. And after some hunting and some searching, he found a broken piece of red brick and decided that that would make a slightly different nose. So he used the red brick for nose. And for the mouth, he just got a little bit of mud and put a little bit of mud into the groove he'd made for the mouth. And he thought it would be fun to get loads of pine needles, a load of pine leaves from the tree nearby. And so he picked them off, and he started placing them individually, very carefully, very patiently, into the snowman's head, creating a whole head of green hair. And the snowman had its green hair. It was a bit taller than the boy. It had its red brick nose, its dark stone eyes, and its brown muddy mouth. And the boy was pleased with his snowman. He'd worked on his own in the garden making this snowman. And when the boy went to bed that night, the snowman woke up, and the snowman gained some consciousness. And this wasn't the first time that the snowman had gained consciousness. The snowman may just be made out of water. But when it takes the shape and the form of a being, it develops the characteristics of a being. And the snowman went to the bird bath and looked in the water to see what he looked like. How had he been made this year? He knew that in this form he would only exist for a few days before turning back into water. And that wouldn't be the end of the snowman. He would turn back into water. He'd travel around the world in rivers, streams, lakes, oceans. He would travel through people, through animals. And eventually, he would get built back into another snowman. And the snowman went exploring and met up with other snow people. And they enjoyed their freedom. They enjoyed this relationship that they have with children, where the children use their imaginations to build them up and turn them into living beings. And for a few nights, they get to meet up with each other, they get to experience life and existence. And they think to themselves about how, if it wasn't for the children, if no one was making snow people, none of them would exist. If none of them existed, there would just be solid water on the ground, or icicles, or ice, or water in rivers and streams and lakes and oceans, but never being shaped into being a being, never being given the opportunity for life. The opportunity to bring pleasure and joy to others, to play a role in the lives of others in quite the same way. And in the morning, the boy comes out of his house and he takes a photo of himself with his arm around his snowman. And he's got this cheeky, wide grin, touching the tip of his forehead, the tip of his temple, to the head of the snowman. And he doesn't mind that it makes his head slightly cold, because he gets to have a selfie with the snowman. And then, as the days pass, the snowman gradually melts, and it gets smaller and smaller and wider across the ground. And the water begins to evaporate up into the sky, and the snowman continues his journey for another year, knowing that in about a year's time he'll be back to be turned into a snowman again, to bring joy to children, and to experience the world as a being. As the snowman melts, so you can drift comfortably and relax asleep.